Hello, and welcome to a new stream. First, let me put this here. Welcome. So Nick is here, just gambling everything away, and that one guy is here too. Hello, welcome to the stream. How is it going? How's it going? So today is basically going to be the same task. We've been stuck in this. Well, it's not stuck. We're not stuck, but we have been in the same task for some streams now, and we're going to continue for some more days. It's flying enemies, and we're pretty close to having them finished. I don't think it's going to be more than 3 days, so I think this week we're going to be done with the enemies. But yesterday we did a lot of progress. Yeah, that's the truth. Only gambling here. Yeah, so we did a lot of progress yesterday with enemies, especially because now we have 3 enemy types and they all look very good in my opinion. So let me put this here again. Make scene. And here. So I haven't done any off-camera mining. The only thing that I did was just committing git or committing on git what we did yesterday. So not really any changes. And Mijo is here, says hello. What's up, Mijo? Welcome to the stream. How is it going? So yeah, what we have are these 3 guys, and we have some more tasks for these guys. So one of those is, well, we can check this on Notion actually. So you're doing well. I'm very, very glad. So in here, we have different projectiles, and they're already being pulled because we're using the same projectiles basically for every entity that wants to cast a spell is going to basically use whatever like the same spells the player uses. So we could say projectiles with pulling for different flying enemy types is done because we can that's already happening since yesterday. And I can give it a play so you can see like that's what's happening. Also, another thing, yesterday we did like a very, very quick fix of something that was an underlying problem, I would say. Now it works. Like if you kill one of these enemies, the other one will fire, and yeah, that does seem to work. But I think there is an underlying problem where that slot where that enemy was is not getting set to null again, so there is a script there. And let me always say what we're doing today. We're gonna continue making some more stuff for the flying enemies. And yeah, so today, exactly what are we going to do? Oh, and let me kill this guy so you can see the other spell from this guy, and it works. And they are using exactly the same spells that the player uses. No, no difference. The only difference I just have to specify if it's an enemy that's casting it or the player. And yeah, let me see. Here in Ocean. That's done. Now, integrate them into the wave spawner. I'm gonna put another task here. So make sure the enemy, or it's a flying enemy on slots, or a flying enemy brains. I don't know. Let me see the script, because I have on the player air slots. That's what controls the ring and the positions. I have that variable that's basically an array of every single slot. So let's go into managers, and here it should be, yeah, here it is. And let me read you for a second and say, yeah, what are we doing today? That, and Nick, you say, I'm gonna announce the comp winners soon. I'm not home at the moment. Okay, okay. You say, okay, all right, take your time. Yeah, take your time, Nick. No rush, no worries. And yeah, 100%. Thanks for organizing it. I can't stress enough how important you are for the community, dude. Like, you're basically doing all these things for us, and yeah, I really appreciate it. So thanks, Nick. Um, okay, so here the air slot count, and the handgun says hi. What's up, the handgun? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. So yeah, I have a variable here that is called. Well, let me see. Because it's not the air slots. It's, yeah, flying enemies on slots. That's the variable of type flying enemy brain. And the handgun, you say, what are you doing? I'm doing some game, or a game here. I can show you what this game is about. Well, basically, it's like you cast. It's a magic game where you cast spells with the Helldiver system, like basically using your arrows to pick a spell. And now I'm working on making some flying enemies. There are 3 types of enemies, and yeah, that's it. There are more enemies and stuff, but this is what I'm going to be working on today. And Nick, you say, that's nice. I'm doing stuff like that because I can't stand not doing anything. Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah, so if you go in here to this area, there's gonna be some enemies appearing and stuff. So you have to beat them, the handgun. Yeah, but going back to where I was, and here, this thing, I need to make sure that whenever I kill an enemy, I have to basically set that to null wherever it is on the script. On the array, I need to set it to null. And Nepal is here, says, yo, what's up, Nepal? Welcome to the stream. How is it going? How's it going? I turned to your stream yesterday. Cool stuff. Okay, so yeah, but that's for later. I just wanna have it here, so I don't forget. Flying enemy on slots. Make sure the flying enemy on slots is index on the array is set to null on enemy death. So that's for later. Now, I want to integrate these guys to the wave spawner so they can spawn on on the wave, it would be cool. So I don't have to just put them in the scene, and they can dynamically spawn in the wave. Also, integrating them into the pooling system, because now they are all they're just, like as I said, they're just in the scene, so they are not spawning really. I need to integrate them there. I would like to have a sound effect for the attacking animation, but I think I'm gonna leave that for now. I actually didn't find a proper audio for that, or a proper clip for that. And Nepo is a want this day to finish so I can jump back into Warframe. Well, I don't think it's I don't know what time it is for you, but yeah, it's not a lot of time, is it? Some more hours, right? Here, if the enemy is on the secondary ring, check for available slots. Yeah, so basically, I think I'm gonna leave this as probably a separate task. The sun can wait, but this should also be a task. So I'm gonna just write this task, and we're gonna get straight into making integrating them into the weight spawner and the pooling system. So make the what is it? It's just make the enemies, and this is part of the functionality. So make the enemies attack in turns. Um, there should be a cooldown between each shot fired. And what else? They should fire at random, like so not sequentially, because now there's only one enemy at a time that will attack until you kill it, because it's like basically in order of who's first in the array. So they should be a fire at random, and how can I describe this thing? That basically Nick said this. So it was a comment, I don't know how many days ago, but it said, also, that will look very funky. If 10 flying guys spawn, you should make it threshold. If 1 to 3 enemies, 1 attack. 4 to 8, 2 attacks. 9 plus enemies, it's gonna be 3 attacks. So, okay, fire at random. And I'm gonna have here threshold for how many enemies should attack at a time, depending on how many enemies there are in the inner ring. Because we don't care about the outer ring. It's just it is yeah, we don't care because they are not going to be attacking. And that one guy say, yeah, I feel like it balances it. Really good idea. Yeah, that was a very good idea from Nick. So I'm gonna leave it here in the task. And yeah, there should be a delay in attacks. I don't think we need that comment because we already defined the task. Now I'm gonna put this task a little bit above because that's what we're going to be doing now. And see, stream avatars on shorts. Damn. Let's see. Making game live. This is the one. So did it update? Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's always a problem with stream avatars. It's the way it picks the streams. I think it's weird because I first have to set up the horizontal and connect it. Otherwise, it won't work. But if I connect the vertical, like it always picks the vertical first, or like always. Yeah, there we are. Okay, so make the enemies attacking turn. So that is part of the player air slots. The player air slots is going to give the signal to whoever, to whatever flying enemy is in here. So that means in update, that's what's going to be controlling the firing. So in here we had a very simple fix here. That is before before firing, we're not only going to check if the slot is occupied, but also we need to check that the one, like the script that is there, also has a flying enemy that is active and enabled, because we were getting some situations where in the slots there were some there yeah, they were occupied by a script. So it kind of make it seem like there was something there, but there was only the script. So it fired anyway, and like what the player could see, it was just the air firing at you. There was nothing to see there, so it looked very very weird. Okay, so I think I'm going to start first with writing some pseudocode for this, how I want this to work, basically in English, and then I'm going to pass that English to something that makes sense in C chart. So I'm gonna keep some things from here because it's not entirely bad what we have here. So on a timer, we start on a timer. We have the timer in here. We're just doing minus time to delta time. So every second we're going to like, or every frame we're going to subtract the time that has passed. And whenever it gets to less or equal to 0, the timer, we're basically going to do whatever action we want and going to reset the timer. So we have a firing cooldown minimum and a firing cooldown maximum, but also I would like to have another. I'd like to have another cooldown or another timer, because well, when we're firing, there should be like not all the enemies are going to fire at the same time, so we should have a cooldown for that. So let's go in here. And here on header enemies fire, we're going to define all our variables for this, so we don't get things mixed up. Yeah, so what is it going to be? We have our firing cooldown timer, and we're going to have another timer that's going to be private float firing um, delay between enemies. I think that's pretty descriptive of what this does. This is a timer. And that one guy say, what is serialized field? Serialized field is, in C sharp, we can have private and public variables. So if you want to have something like be accessed by everyone, or every script, you can make it public and it will show up on the inspector. That the inspector is this, by the way. This thing here, if you click anything, and let it give me a second so it loads. Uh, Basically, whatever variables you have that are public are going to show up as default in here. But if you make something private, so you don't want every single script to be able to have access to that, yeah, you make it private. The problem with that is that it's not going to show up in the inspector, and if you want to tweak the values there in the inspector, you will need to do a serialized field. So it's going to remain private, but you can see it and tweak it in the inspector. So that's why you use serialized field. And as a good practice, you always start with private variables, because you normally, yeah, the only way or the only reason you would make a variable public is that you don't care about who is accessing it or who is changing it. And that one guy say, "Oh, that's very helpful." Well, I'm very very glad that it's helpful for you. Helpful. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna do here serialized field, and you see, for example, this one, the timer. I don't serialize this because I don't really need to see what the value is. What I care about changing is the minimum and the maximum of the timers, but I don't care what the timer is at an exact time. I could serialize it, but I don't care about showing it up. So serialize field, like that. Let's do private float, and let's do a minimum. So it's gonna be firing delay between. Mm, oh, I don't know if between enemies, but between shots, I would say between shots. Firing delay, or sorry, I think I can call this. I can give this another name. Um, it's gonna be delay between. Gonna be delay between shots timer. That's a more accurate name or a better name, I would say. So it's gonna be delay between shots minimum, and I'm just going to copy and paste and maximum. So I think good delay would be 0.5 seconds, or let's start at 0.6, and a maximum is going to be 0. No, something like 1.2 or 1.8. Let's do 1.8. Now, I would also like to have a variable to signal if I'm currently like firing. So I'm going to give the signal to every enemy with that delay. But when I'm firing, I want to know if I'm firing. So here I'll have a private bool is currently firing. Okay, so what will I do with this? First of all, when I do the firing cooldown timer, I'm going to start with well, first of all, I would like to check if because there are going to be two behaviors depending on if I am currently firing or if I'm not currently firing. So let's start with that. If is currently firing is true, I'm going to do something else. I'm going to do something else. So that something else is going to be basically this, like that, right? Not sure. I think I'm going to leave that out for now. I'm going to leave that out for now because I could change everything here. So what I want this to happen is basically what do I want to do? Let's and then one guy say, "Are you still streaming 4 to 6 hours today?" Yeah, it's always going to be 4 to 6 hours, depending on my energy levels, how I feel, what we're doing. But yeah, always going to be 4 to 6. Okay, so in here, what do I want to do if it is currently firing? Well, I want to, depending, and I'm gonna highlight this with some colorful comments. So yeah, if it is currently firing, I'm going to say to the next enemy or next big enemy. Yeah, it should be random of available uh, possible enemies. Yeah, for available enemies. Say to the next big enemy to fire. Wait for the delay time and well, basically fire again until the firing count. Oh, and also we should keep firing count. So it's currently firing. We're gonna have private int firing count. So for example, if we have that's what Nick said. That's what Nick said. If we have 1 to 3 enemies, there's going to be like one firing count. If we have blah to blah, we're gonna have let's say 4 to 6. We're gonna do 2. So 2 enemies of those 4 to 6 are going to fire. So we are going to keep that here. Okay, fire again until the firing count is 0 or less. And well, basically just set is currently firing to false if we get out of firing counts. And you can say GP. Yeah, so I am hearing to your feedback. I'm trying to include it. And that makes like a lot of sense. Because otherwise it would be very, very unbalanced. Okay. So yeah, that's just the pseudocode to know what I'm gonna be doing. Now on a timer, when well, I'm gonna keep this, so I'm just gonna use this. And I want to leave this intact in case, just to reference how I was doing it before. So I can just compare. And here, on a timer, if the firing cooldown timer is less or equal to 0, oh, also, I should reset here. Reset the firing cooldown timer. Just so it doesn't start at 0 or whatever and start firing again. Yeah, so when I get this, I'm going to restart it, firing, or reset it here, firing, cooldown timer, and I can just steal this line. This is the line that resets this. So it's just setting a random number between the minimum of the firing cooldown and the maximum of the firing cooldown. Okay, now that we have that, let's see. What do we want to do in here? We want to well, store all the available enemies, which it is enemies that are close enough to fire. Yeah, that's it. So basically doing a for in the array, which contains all the slots. So if it's available, so there's an enemy and also it's close enough to fire. I want to store all of those. Now, then I want to basically randomize the order. Randomize the order in which they randomize the order of the available enemies. What else? And I think that's all that we're going to be doing here, because all the other stuff happens in if it's currently firing. We have to set is currently firing. Set to true. True. And what else? Do we have to? I think I'm gonna set the timer to 0, so it starts automatically firing. So here, put the what? Delay between shots timer. Here, let's go in here. The delay between shots timer to 0, and we have to, depending on the number of enemies, assign a firing count. Firing count. So that's how it should work in plain English. Now we're just going to turn this comments here to code. So what does it mean to say to the next big enemy, random of available enemies? I think I'm gonna start here because a lot of the things that are on top depend on the things here. So if this happens, I want to store all the available enemies. So here, first of all, I'm gonna clear the available enemies. Clear available enemies. Reset the list. Let's go in here, and we're gonna have a list. Mm, yeah, so it's gonna be called private flying enemy. Socks is here. Says hi. Remember me? Yeah, of course I remember you, Socks. Welcome to the stream. How is it going? How's it going? So flying enemy brain, like this. Brain. There's gonna be a list. So I need to do list of type flying. Flying. I think I wrote something wrong. Enemy brain. Yeah, that's it. A list, and it's gonna be available or how can I call a list for enemies that are available for attacking? Available to attack enemies or enemies available to attack. And it sucks to say I wasn't aware you had started streaming again. Um, well, yeah, I started. I think it has been. This is the third week, I guess. I don't know. I started at the beginning of December, but I didn't do like any announcement on like tagging everyone on the server because I'm still like getting used to it, like going back to it again, figuring out the schedule. Like I just changed the schedule, you know, so I didn't want to tell everyone until I got a little bit used to it, and when I knew how things will be. So probably gonna do an announcement next year, so everyone that's on the server knows. But yeah, just getting used to it again. And say sup, dude. Everything is going great. So, how's it going for you? Okay, so I just want to initialize this, and I'm just going to do new, the new keyword to like. I think I've mentioned this a couple of times, but the old way of doing this was just saying list flying enemy brain. You indicate the type, and you put those parentheses there. Uh, that works too, but the new way that's a little bit more cleaner. It's like that. You can do it either way though. Okay, so in here, clear available enemies. So here, enemies available to attack. I'm gonna clear. So whoever was there no longer matters because I'm going to grab everyone again and randomize it. Store all the available enemies close enough to fire. Okay, and so how do I store all the available enemies? I'm gonna do an int I equals 0, for loop for the number of enemies, not for the numbers of enemies available, but for basically how many enemies are in the list of flying enemies. So here, flying enemies on slots, and that's the one. And I just want to grab from the index 0. So index 0 means the inner ring of our like structure of where uh, of slots where the flying enemies can be. I want to grab what else? What do I want to grab? That's it, I think. So I plus plus And sucks to say, I will come tomorrow because BCA. Oh yeah, because it's 10:30 for me. I'm gonna sleep. Okay, yeah, for sure. And then I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye bye. It was fun talking to you again. And okay, yeah. So I want to filter from flying enemies on slots, but yeah, I have to do a for end. Mm, so this is gonna be not for. I think I forgot to just specify the length. That's it. That's it. So for the length of that array, and it's the first index, so first ring. Now store all the available enemies, so close enough to fire. How does this look? I just want to grab the. I just want to check if it's available or close enough to fire. So first I have to check. Well, basically this, it's the same thing. So I'm just gonna copy it here, and I'm gonna tell you what this line does. Or actually, I could, yeah, let's just decompose it here, um, because it's a little bit weird to have all of that going on. And Sartach is here, says hi again. What's up, Sartach? Welcome to the stream. How is it going? Peace sucks. Bye bye. Yeah. So here, what is it? What's happening? So air slot is just a position on the ring, and hello, hello. Air slots is just a position on the ring, and I'm going to here ask. Basically, I'm going to subtract that position of the air slot for from no, I'm not I'm going to subtract to that position on the ring, the position of the flying enemy that's occupying it, you know. So in here, yeah, when I do that, it's gonna give me a direction, you know, but I don't want just the direction, I want a distance. So here, well, I could make this a variable so it's a little bit more readable. Float distance equals, and I could maybe have the distance here, float distance, like that, and I'm going to use distance here. So it's not a very long line. That's a little bit harder to understand. So we can abstract that, and let's just call it distance. Because all I'm doing is grabbing one position, like the ring position, where the enemy is. I'm subtracting this to that, and I'm getting the magnitude that's going to give me the distance. Okay, so Mijo's here, and you say, I'm back. What happened? Welcome back, Mijo. Nothing really has happened yet. I just finished commenting all of this for the steps of what should happen to make this work. And now I'm just filling all with code, all of this pseudo code, all of this English. Okay, so if the distance is less than the distance to fire threshold, so that's a threshold, that's just a variable that I define. So if the distance is less or equal to that, I can fire, so it's available. And also, what do I want to check for? I want to check for if the flying enemy on slot is basically active and enabled. So here, flying enemies on slots, it's only the first ring, so I'm gonna use index 0. And here I want to get the current iteration or the current index of the iteration, so it's I. And yeah, if that is available, is active and enabled, I'm gonna say, okay, then we're good to go. You can add that to the available enemies. So that would be making doing enemies available to attack, add, and I'm going to add I'm going to add the current one. So flying, enemies on slots, 0, I. Now, randomizing the order of the available enemies. I would like to check how to do that because I don't know if they're. I was thinking of doing it very uh, like I had a very rough idea of how I wanted to do a randomization here. But if there's an algorithm that already could do that for me, or there's like a standard way to do that, maybe it's better that I do it that way. So how to randomize list C sharp. It's like shuffle. It's like shuffling a list. Okay. Feature gauge shuffle extension. Clever, well put shuffle list on one line of C sharp. So using link, it seems. Please complete two new lists created as well as other temporary objects. Uh, oh wait, okay. This is that there. I think this is the thing that the Jade's like algorithm for shuffling stuff. I'm just gonna join it and see how it works in detail now. But I'm gonna put it here, just here. So I'm gonna make it private. I don't need to use this anywhere else. And need you say results are in. You say on Halloween there were 202 points given out. This time it was 203. Pretty sick. Yeah, one more point than the previous. So where is it? It was an honor to attend this competition. I win. Where is it? Yeah, art competition here. Um, let me put this into fully. Oh, I spoiled it a little bit. Okay, seasonal artists. The results are in. Voting is closed. Huge thanks to every participant and interested people. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Can I make it bigger? Yeah. The time there this time there were a total of 203 points given out. That's literally one more compared to the previous competition. The third place with 42 points, 7 plus average, was Nicked. So congratulations, Nick, for making it to the top three. Your mod or your well, it was like a full build of Souls Collector 3 was pretty awesome to play. I really enjoyed watching the reskin of Christmas theme. So yeah, pretty cool. Now for the second place, it's me. I made the build of this Magic game, but with Halloween theme. I think it was pretty cool too. And number one goes to Miho, energized with 51 and an average of 8.5 average. So pretty cool. All the places here, Nick and Miho did an awesome job. I think I gave uh, each of you 9 points, if I'm not mistaken, because it was like a very hard to decide which one was better. Like both were amazing, so pretty cool. And yeah, here it is. It's just so awesome. I love the. I said before or yesterday, I would like to include this somewhere in the stream. I don't know because we have on the Be Right Back scene, we have that cat. Maybe we could put it somewhere there or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see what we can do. But yeah, I just love it. And the other submissions, fourth is Sergot with the animation. It was pretty cool, the animation too. I really liked the shader Got did with those. I don't know how they're called, but those ice things, pretty cool. And also the explosion that happened with the logo to the new one was pretty cool. And the fifth place is Sharkwave with that eye with a hat. That's a pretty cute eye with a hat. So thank you all again for participating. It was pretty cool. I really like this event, and I hope more people are inclined to join next time for next competition. Art this time was much more varied than last time. Every one of you will get a loot box for stream avatars with cosmetics. Yeah, we have to figure out that thing with loot boxes. Okay, let's put this back here. Okay. So here, let's read through this function because I just joined this from the internet. Mistake. Congrats to the winners. Congrats. It was fun. Yeah, it was really fun. I think, at least for me, it was fun as well. Very, very cool. Okay, so private static void. I don't need this to be static. I'm just going to use it here. Shuffle. And I just pass the type. And I call this I list type TS. What is TS? TS.count. Variable last. Okay, so this is just going to shuffle this. I don't need to specify Unity engine because I'm not using anything like system that may override this. And I'm just using variables here or var. Yeah, that's okay because I'm using it's a generic type. Okay, so let's just do the shuffle there then. So once we grab all, store all the available enemies that are close enough to fire, we're going to randomize the order of the available enemies. So that is grabbing flying enemies on slots that shuffle. Or this is not an extension method. This is uh, yeah, flying enemies on slots equal shuffle, and I have to pass flying enemies on slots, and the type is flying enemy brain. I think that's how you use it, right? This list. Here I'm using I list. So I need to pass the type here. Is it this? Do you pass it here? Flying enemy brain, like that. Flying enemies on slots. And well, this is Jack the Ray. So it's gonna be 0. Cannot implicitly convert type void to flying enemy brain, and this is not going to return anything. So I just pass. Yeah, I think that's just going to do it. I don't need to do a return, or I don't need to expect a return. It's just this. And I don't want to shuffle this one. What I want to shuffle is enemies available to attack, like that list. And that one guy, you say, I want to code right now. What do y'all think I should code? Well, you could do. There's something I like to do while coming up with ideas for games is just find. It could be like your favorite genres, like drop 2 genres that you like of your game, and make a matchup of those and make a game out of that. Or grab one genre that you really dislike and one genre that you really love and try to make the best game out of it. And you can grab like something very simple and just turn it into a game. It doesn't need to be like a full game, just something that you can do quickly. Yeah, Pac-Man is a good idea too. I did a Pac-Man once on Game Maker. Nick, it was very very fun. Nick to say, since that's out of the way, time to go outside again. Souls Collector. And Nepal is a zombies waves based survival. A lot of good ideas there. And that one guy you say, okay. And EXPR is here and says, hello everyone, I hope your day has been going well. What's up EXPR? Welcome to the stream. It's a pleasure to have you here as always. And yeah, everything is going well. How is it going for you? I hope it's going well too. Okay, so we shuffled the available enemies. Now, is currently firing set to true. We're gonna do is currently firing is true. Put the delay between shots timer to 0, so it's gonna be, let's say search timer. Delay between shots timer equals 0. Now, depending on the number of enemies, assign a firing count. Yeah, so that's gonna be depending on, well, let's do a switch. Let's do a switch. And in here, the switch is gonna be depending on what? It's gonna be depending on the enemies available to attack that count. So in case that is 0, I'm gonna do break. In case that is well, we're gonna need a lot of them, so it's gonna be 0. If it's 0, I don't know if 0 will give me default. It throw default. So let's just do 0, 1, and 3 is gonna have the same behavior, just 1. Then case 4, case 5, case 6 is gonna do another thing. And Ayuch, what's up, Ayuch? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. How is it going? Say hello, sir. Hello, Ayuch. How is it going? Yeah. So what else? If case, we can take this later, but let's do 7, 8, and 9. It's gonna do something, and here, let's do 10, 11, 12. Let's do break and default. Just in case there is another number, I'm gonna do default. Yeah. So what they want to do here, I'm just gonna do the assignment of firing count. So here, firing count equals 1. Here, if there are 6 enemies or 4 to 6 enemies, I'm gonna do firing count equals 2. Then if there's 7 to 9, I'm gonna do firing count equals 3. And if there is, or there are 10 to 12, I'm gonna do firing count equal 4. Now on default, probably I want to do debug.log error, or yeah, there shouldn't be more than 12 enemies. But I'm just gonna, in that case, I'm just gonna do firing count equal 4, just in case. So I could just do default here. Default is gonna assign to firing count 4. Now, what is next? I think that's O. I think that's O. So I'm gonna separate this a little bit so it's a little bit more readable. So let's recapitulate what this does. First, I'm gonna clear all the available enemies from the previous time we calculate them or we get them. Then I'm going to store all the available enemies that are alive and close enough to fire to the player. I'm gonna put them here. Then I'm going to shuffle the list of those enemies. So they are randomized. And I'm gonna set currently firing is set to true, so I can go in here and do this instead. And then I'm gonna put the delay between shots timer to 0, so there is no delay on the first shot. We just fire. And here, depending on the number of enemies, we're going to assign how many times it's going to shot. So that should be it. Now let's go to the upper part of this. And let's see what we have here. So it says, say to the next big enemy, which is just random of available enemies, to fire. What does that mean? It just means here. Well, first of all, I need to have the timer. So firing cooldown. No, it's delay between shots timer. I'm gonna do minus equal time that delta time. So I'm going to subtract the time to that. And I only want this to happen if the delay, well, basically if the timer reaches 0 or less, I'm gonna do something. So here, I'm gonna start with just resetting the timer. I'll always like to do that when I work with timers because it's just I don't forget. That's always what should happen. And I always put it at the bottom or top. So firing, or sorry, delay between shots timer is going to be equal to random that range between the minimum and the maximum. So minimum and delay between shots, the maximum. Okay, we have that. Now we can do all the other stuff. So what do I want to do? I want to say to the next big enemy. So it should be, well, we should have the current index of enemies. Yeah, let's do here. Enemies available to attack. Below that, I'm gonna do private int current enemy or current attacking enemy index. And let's start it at -1. Or let's just start at 0. It's going to be at 0. So if we go back here, I'm gonna set, apart from all of this what that we did now, I also have to say the current attacking enemy index is gonna be set to 0. So it always starts at 0 at the beginning, and then we're gonna move on. Now we can do this. Say to the next big enemy, random of available enemies to fire. And it's going to be enemies available to attack. That's already shuffled. We did it on the previous part. I'm just going to grab the current index. So current attacking enemy index. And I'm going to say attack. So that's going to start the animation. And it will make it fire whatever projectile it has assigned. Now, I have to wait again for the delay time, so that's already done. Fire again until the firing count is is 0 or less. So when I fire, I'll have to do basically, let me put this here like that. The firing count, I'm just gonna say minus. So it's gonna subtract 1, and I'm gonna ask it if firing count is less or equal to 0. I'm gonna say is firing, or yeah, it's currently firing. I'm gonna set it to false. I want to reset the enemies, or the current attacking enemy index is gonna be set to 0 again. And I don't know if I should have done this here. Yeah, probably. Or no? No. Because I'm resetting. Oh, I'm resetting it there. So no need to do it here. Do it in here. So I reset here. Now it's currently firing is false. That's also done. And I think that's it. So let's read this again. I'm gonna grab a random enemy from the list. I'm gonna tell it to attack. Then I'm gonna decrease the firing count. And if it is less or equal to 0, it's going to set to currently firing false. So it's no longer trying to fire again. It's going to wait a little bit of time to grab all the enemies again and try to fire. Now, currently attacking enemy index going to be set to 0. I think that's all. That's all. I don't think we're missing anything now. Now, clear air slots. What is the problem with this? Extension method must be defined in a non-generic static class. What? Quick fix? What is this? Your problem. Mono singleton clear air slots. And need to say Roman stream avatars, unfortunately, it's customizable, which means 10 billion parameters with the dogs not helping with them. Yeah, I think it's quite customizable. You can do crazy stuff with it. We're just using like the base. And probably I should have this on a function really. And this is no longer going to be needed. I'm no longer going to use this. Now, this message is quite weird. Let me look it up. Mihol, you say, Roman, do I animate the slots machine for the be right back screen? If you want, go for it. If you want, I think it would be a pretty cool detail. Maybe we can put it right besides the the cut, like this cut. You can put it right behind or right besides it. I don't know. Or do I make it part of my avatar? Whatever you prefer. Whatever you prefer. And need to say, yeah, the screens are a lot. There are just so many numbers and settings. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna search that up for what is it that is going wrong. Let me go in here. Let's put this here. This correct C-sharp extension methods must adhere to specific set of rules. They must be defined with a static class. When was this added? Because just some seconds ago, I didn't have this problem. I want to see how far back I have to go for this to go away. Okay, let's go here. Oh, fire again. Okay, so this is going to be air slot count. Firing count is less than 0. I'm gonna say, oh, firing count is gonna be 0, set to 0. I'm gonna say currently firing to false. Is currently firing to false. I'm gonna reset the firing cooldown timer. Fire and cooldown timer. It's gonna be equal to random dot range. Yeah, I don't know what I did. I messed it up really big. I need to say, unfortunately, I don't think the current angle works good for a cosmetic. We can't really do both. At least not with the same sprite. Mm, you can do the sitting thing. I can easily remake it for from a different angle. YouTube sending me this message for reviews. Shaking my head. Yeah, YouTube is very weird with their with trying to control messages. Yeah, so fire and cooldown timer is gonna be fire and cooldown timer minimum and fire and cooldown timer maximum. And I remember I had other things here. Fire and countdown. Current attacking enemy index. Yeah, current attacking enemy index is gonna be set to 0. I'm gonna cut this here. I need to say it flagged Nepo saying hi to that new guy earlier too. That's very weird. Saying hi is rude. Yeah, it seems like it now. I didn't get the message. Now saying hi is the most horrible thing you can do. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this. And maybe, could it be because I'm using this? What if I just comment this line and I comment this other one? Yeah, that seems to be the problem. So here, shuffle, if I bring this back, I'm gonna use static. Yeah, but I can't have this be static. So instead of having a generic or some like a general shuffle, I could just do. Yeah, and if I do this, it's gonna be the list that I specify. Shuffle. Yeah, but I still don't understand why. Yeah, this is gonna be the list, list. And what is yeah, it's an interface list. Why is it an interface list? What is it? I list. I don't know why, or I don't know really what it's an I list. I thought it was just a list. I list versus list. C chart. Difference between a list and I list. Let's see. I list, which is better performance, and where to use it list over I list. In C sharp, list is a concrete implementation. Let me make this bigger so it's easier for you to see. Yeah, in C sharp, list is a concrete implementation of the iList interface. The list is an implementation of the iList interface. The idea is to program against the interface, not the implementation. So typically, your methods should accept unreturned interfaces for collections. This leaves you your own implementation and your colors room to decide on the actual implementation as required. Benefit of using an interface is that you get to implement your functionality, or better yet, the only functionality you require. So if iteration enumeration is required only, then there is no need for the sort add methods. They'll probably say, wait, did it seriously flag me for saying that? Yeah. And Mijo, you say, pixel art, join my layers, infuriating. I hate it. I hate it. And not sure. Well, I would guess what happened is like YouTube has a very weird way of censoring, and it's like it works well in some cases. Like I have to give that point, but it's just because it's so aggressive. Like it filters so much things that it just go a little bit over what it should do. But for those who actually believe it, what sensibilities have I violated? Not sure. Not sure. But why high? Why high? Oh yeah, this correlates to YouTube integrating AI into content moderation. Dude, you may be right. I don't know. I don't know if this is the case, but I'm a little bit worried what the future of YouTube is with basically AI censorship. There has already been YouTube channels being like striked, not just a normal, I don't know, copyright or whatever. That could be something that could be resolved easily, or it could be easier. It's not that bad, you know. But having your channel striked or straight just deleted because or banned because AI thought you were doing something wrong is insane. Just insane. Yeah, some big channels have been wiped out. You say, Nick, say, I don't think AI is fast enough for them to analyze everything real time. Well, it doesn't have to be AI. Well, it's AI in the sense of artificial intelligence, but maybe not ML, not machine learning. But yeah, I don't know if it has gotten to the chat yet. Okay, let's see. I didn't understand anything from what it said here. To be honest, I didn't really understand a single word of what this guy is saying. So let's just use a list. Let's just use a list. And here and private static void shuffle. Okay, so a last day I think is a big topic. And Adam Joseph says, "Hi, what's up, Adam? Welcome to the stream. How is it going?" And Nepo will say, "I'll continue lurking." Lol. Okay, Nepo, have fun lurking. Okay, so private void shuffle, and here I have instead of TS, I wanna change this into list. And Adam Joseph, you say, "Are you hacking?" No, I don't know anything about hacking. I'm just making a game here. So let me show you what I'm doing. Currently, I have a problem with this script, so probably it's gonna run very bad or gonna throw me a bunch of errors. But let me show you what I'm working on here. It's nothing about hacking. It's just a game. It's just a video game that I'm making here. So I'm currently working on these guys. These are flying enemies on the game that I'm making. And I'm trying to make them fire at me in like attack me in different order. So that's what I'm doing now. And me only say AI can be given stuff in clumps for speed, but it's ridiculous. I will agree the most. Thinking of being a violation when told to check for violation. And Adam, you say, are you making a game? Yes, that's correct, Adam. So yeah, let's go back in here and let's pause this and let's go back. So I don't know really why this is throwing me that error with shuffling, but I can just do my own in here. Try to recreate this. Private void shuffle list, and I'm gonna require the type to be specified here, and it's gonna be this. So the I didn't know, but the this keyword inside function basically tells it to not just create a new list, but grab the one that you pass. And Adam, you say, how did you do that? Um, I've just been using Unity and programming this thing step by step. It's been like, I don't know, 2.5 months, 3 months making this. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have a better explanation. Just been working at this for some months. Okay, so here, shuffle list. I'm gonna create a list of type T, the type that was specified, and I'm gonna call it list. Now, what do I want to do? I'm gonna have a bar. Well, why is it a bar? I could just do int because I know the count is gonna be int, and it's gonna be the list that count. Now the var last equals count minus one. So this is gonna be number two, an integer. And let's do last equals count minus one. Now for and Adam Joseph, you say, I want to play your game. Well, you can go into the description of this stream, and the second link says like play my games or something like that. If you click that and you go there, this game is it should be on the top of that link. It's I think it's called Wizard Game or Magic Game, and you can download it and try it for free. There's a Christmas version and a normal version. You can try uh, whichever version you want, and if you do, tell me what you think about it. But that's a previous version because the one I'm currently working on it's a little bit more updated because I'm just working on it. Okay, so here for variable and why is this? Why all of this is variable? I always want to use int I equals 0. I is less than last. I plus plus. So the shuffling works this way. Int r, and what does r mean? You see, this could be something that I wrote because the variables are not very specific. So what is R? Random dot range. Range. I suppose this is okay. I think it's I normally call rand instead of R. So it's a little bit more descriptive of what this variable is. Rand is just a random number in a range. So between I and count. Now bar temporal is gonna be list I. Okay, so I'm gonna swap. So what is this? This is type tmp. I think that's it. tmp equals list I, and then I'm just going to do list I, the current iteration, and then I'm gonna swap it for or assign it to the random one. And here, then the last step is just doing list are equal, so run equal the temporal one. Okay, so this is exactly the same that we have here, but I rewrote this so I can just understand how it works. Now, I'm going to delete this shuffle here, and what if I do this? Yeah, there's something in here. Maybe it's because I'm defining the type here. Maybe. Mm, yeah, it may be that. But I could just call it from here. So it's gonna be a public class shuffle class, and I'm gonna define it here. It's the only place that I'm gonna be using this. And will I need to inherit mono behavior? I think I'll need to inherit mono behavior. Mono behavior, like that. I think I need to using. Well, no. Shuffle class. What's the problem? Extension method must be defined in a non-generic static class. But what if I make it static? And I make this static too? There it is. Now, I'm just gonna call this shuffle, and where I shuffled, instead of doing this, I'm gonna say I'm just gonna call shuffle dot shuffle, and this needs to be public actually. Public, and it's gonna be shuffle list, like that, and that should fix it. Yeah, it did fix that. Let's see if it works now. Okay, so now it should grab a random from those enemies and should make it fire. Okay, null reference exception. We have a null reference exception in which line? Distance. What? Three available enemies. Distance is, well, magnitude is going to return a float. And we have our distance here. So I get air slots. I transform that position minus. Well, I guess I would have to check first if the flying enemy on slots 0 I. It's not null. And Adam, you say your game is so good. Well, I'm very, very glad you like it, Adam. Very, very glad. Well, if you like to, you can join the Discord server that we have, and there I do like more. I also do some updates, and well, if you want to just chat with the community, there is the place. You can go to the description too, and there is a link for Discord in case that you want to join. So feel free and welcome to do so. You always say, "Did I hear slots? Time to gamble." Okay, so let's put this in here. And let's save. And I think that should get rid of the problem. So in here, let's see. Argument out of range exception. Still getting an error there. Let's do console argument out of range exception. Okay, enemies available to attack. Have I initialized this? Oh, this is current attack enemy. Index that attack. Current attacking enemy index. Where am I setting this? This is 0. Okay. And it's currently firing. Should be set to false at first. Well, I'm gonna move this. And Adam, you said I played a game called Wizard Game. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Well, I also have other games out there. If you want to try them, like they are all free in there. Okay, so I would like to go again in here. Need to say other, like other games. Multiple of them. No, like there are multiple other games that I've also done. Okay, so this comes from the universal render pipeline. I don't know what did I mess with in here. Let's just clear, let's play again, and let's get the errors. So let's go console. Here, enemies available to attack. Okay, here we have a problem. So delay between shots shots timer. I'm driving an incorrect index. Let's read what it says. Argument out of range exception. That means I'm using. And Adam, you say I would like to donate you, but my parents don't let me. It's completely okay, Adam. No need to worry about it. But thanks for wanting to support me. Yeah, don't worry about it. But thank you. EXP bar, you say, is it equivalent to 777? What is equivalent to 777? The jackpot? Okay, so here I'm using a number that is outside of the array length. So why? Because this starts at 0. This starts at 0. And where else am I using it? Well, I set it here first. Well, if I first have to check if could it be because of this enemies available to attack count is more than 0, or yeah, if the count is more than the current attack enemy index, I can attack, otherwise no. Let's see. Okay, no errors now. I think that was the problem. Or at least that fixed it. But will they fire? Okay, they are firing, and they are like taking turns to fire. That's great. That's great. I think that's fixed. I think that's fixed. Now I need to try with more enemies. So let's do some of those, some of this, and some of that. Yeah, but sometimes the animations get like overridden. I'd say it's very weird. Mm, I also have to tweak the cooldowns for when will they fire. But at least now it seems to be randomized. And the ones on top don't fire because I'm just accessing the first ring, the one that's here. They look very pretty. Just I don't know if they're gonna clutter a lot of the experience. Okay, yeah. So let's go in here, and I don't really need this anymore. Let's just comment that, and I think we can go in there and comment those messages too. I don't think that we need them to be highlighted. Count is a 0 or less. Firing cooldown timer, random the range. Reset the firing cooldown timer. Yeah, I'm going to leave the comments, just not highlighted. Timer. Clear available enemies. Store all the available enemies. Shuffle them. Friendly firing set to true. Put the delay between shots timer. Okay. Firing count. And here, I would like to have a very short time between shots. But I would like a higher timer between like firing. I don't know how to explain it. I'm just gonna tweak the value so I can like you can visually interpret what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave those here. Or yeah, I don't need this either. Don't need this either because that's something that we already finished doing. So going into player air slots, I just want to modify these values here. Enemies firing, the delay between shots. That's what I want to modify. And Adam Yusuf, you say, do you speak Arabic? I am Muslim. I don't speak Arabic, Adam. I speak just English and Spanish. It sounds, well, not the meme, but it's for real. I speak English and Spanish. Spanish is my native language. So yeah, because I'm from Chile in South America. Yeah, so the delay between shots, let's do 0.2 minimum, and let's do something like 0.5 maximum. And the firing cooldown is gonna be a minimum of 2 seconds and a maximum of 5. So those values you may not be able to see. I'm gonna get my face out of here so you can see what I'm modifying. But those are just values that modify the minimum and maximum time that can pass on those timers. So let's try it again. Okay, let's go in here again. Sorry, Adam. Just kidding. Okay, so I don't think they are taking into the account the minimum time. So let's say something very, very low. 0.05 and 0.1. But I have, oh yeah, I forgot. I have to make more enemies here for this to work. Because the amount of time they're firing is gonna depend on how many enemies there are. And I don't say I like you. Well, thanks, thanks. Um, yeah, I don't think it's picking it up. I don't think it's picking it up. Because what I want to happen is like basically there should be like a time between 2 and 5 seconds where they don't fire at you, and then they start firing at the same time, basically like with just a little bit of a delay. But that doesn't seem to be happening. So let me go in here where I did this, and I would like to see the count on the firing count too. You say Adam Joseph, you say make a heart with your hand. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not very keen on using, like, I don't even use uh like anything that contains a heart anywhere. I'm not really, I don't know, I just don't like it. I just don't like it. So I'm gonna do debug.log. Uh, and some people say like I'm like kind of like cold for not using hearts in my conversations or whatever, or like in any place. But I just generally don't like it. Okay, so here I need to say Roman's hateful person. He hates us. No way, no way. I don't hate you or anyone really. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know. It's like something. How do you call? Very reserved. Don't worry, Adam. Don't worry. No problem. Not a problem. Um, yeah, but I'm very reserved with putting hearts somewhere or doing like a science like that. Um, yeah. So what I want to display is the count enemies or available to attack enemies. Enemies count, and let's do this symbol so I can display this way. Yeah, so I want to display the count. Available, enemies available to attack that count. And also I want to say, well, what's the firing count? So firing count, and here, firing count. Because I think maybe I'm not modifying those values properly. So let's see. Let's play this. And let's see. Okay, so the available to attack enemies count is set to 0. Okay, now there are 3, and I'm getting the firing count to 1. So that is okay. But what if I put more enemies? Yeah, I'm getting 7, and this is, yeah, the firing count is changing. So maybe you can't see this because it's on the console and it's very small. But it says that there are, well, the last messages, there are 9 enemies, and the firing count, how many times it's going to fire, it's 3. So maybe things are going wrong somewhere else. Probably. Let's read that again. Let's read that thing here again. So I have to go in here and it's currently firing. I only set this is currently firing to false when the firing count is less or equal to 0. So when I fire, I would like to say debug.log. I'm gonna say signal, uh, signal sent, and firing count in here. Let's do firing count like that. Let's restore again because I want to see, maybe I am going like I'm resetting things before I get out of firing count. Yeah, signal sent, firing count 0. And when am I calling this? I want to check every place where I'm calling firing count. Because firing count is starting at 0. So it should start at 0. And then I'm sending it here at the beginning of this. Firing count like that. Yes. Um, hmm. Current attacking enemy index. Maybe I'm not going to the. Okay. So I forgot to do something. When I attack with um one index, I have to make sure that after I do the attack, I have to set the current enemy index to plus plus. So here, current enemy, current attacking enemy index plus plus, like that. And Adam, you say third or there. I'm not doing that. Not doing that. I'm way too old. Way too old to be doing that stuff. um Okay, so let's do that. I think that should fix it because I think I was sending the signal to fire to the same enemy multiple times. So it was just calling the animation and overriding the animation, overriding it. So it was just firing one time, independent of how many enemies there were. Okay, so let's see again. Let's just duplicate this guy and this guy and this guy just one more time. Okay, yeah, that's how I wanted it to work. I forgot to do just one thing. Say, Adam, I dare you to count from 1 to 10. What's that there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's there. So now what's left is just modifying the values for these guys. So let's do player air slots in here. Delay between shots is going to be 0 to 0 0.5 or 0.2 to 0.5. I'm going to say 0.3 to 0.8. And the firing cooldown, yeah, 2 to 5. I just think I have to decrease the threshold in which they can fire me. So let's see. Where is that? Why offset? I don't think I have exposed that in here. So let's go in into the script. Let's go in there and threshold. Let's do Control F so I can find threshold. Hold. Yeah, distance to fire threshold. So it's there. It's set to 0.75, and that's not a not an exposed variable. So let's expose it. Serialize field. Serialize field like that, and I'm gonna set it to 1.1.25. So it's the larger it is, the the more like far away the enemies can be and fire at me anyway. So now it should appear here. It should appear right around here. And there we have it. There we have it. It's set to 0.75. Let's do 1.25. Now let's press play again. So they should be able to fire just a little bit, even if they are a little bit far away from me. So 175, let's do. Let's do 2 or 3. I'd say. Yeah, I think that's good. I could do 3.25, just so they have a little bit more space to fire at me. Why am I so slow? No. DC, you say, yo, did you change your master volume? You're way quieter today. Also, what's up? What's up, DC? I don't know. Am I quieter today? Maybe I'm not screaming. Could be like that. Is that better? Maybe I touched it before. Yeah, I think now it should be better. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I think I had like one bit of less volume than I normally do. The whole stream is quieter. Well, the other volume, the desktop audio, is always gonna be a little bit quieter because I set it so it doesn't really peak, but I can just make it a tad more, like have a tad more volume. Like in here, let's do minus 12 decibels. So like that. Is it better that way? Maybe I can just increase the volume a little bit more too. Like that. You say can't tell, to be honest. Well, my voice should be a little bit louder, right? I don't know. I hope so. I hope so. I made the volume be just a little bit more, have more volume. That voice is better. Yeah. So it was like a setting on my microphone. There's like a little, like, how do you call it? Something that you change like this. I don't know how you call that. It's like a button that rolls. Dude, my English is not accompanying me today. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna leave that at 325 so they can still fire me like that. Yeah, let's do 325. Now, I think I could just do well, I want to encapsulate that what I have on update, I would like to encapsulate it in its own function. So I just call it an update, and I can have a place to blame stuff more easily. Okay, so here I'm gonna call this private void firing, or make enemies, or enemies shoot, enemies firing. Let's do that. Now let's just get everything from here on update, and or something even simpler is just making this, instead of just getting everything away from there, I'm just gonna change the name of update. So this is gonna be called enemies firing, and I'm gonna create update again. Void update, and I just want to create call enemies firing. That's it. Now it should work the same way. I'm just going to check one more time so I can make sure that nothing decided to break. And also, let me just check with more enemies, a little bit more enemies. How will this work? Did you say fixed update, not update? I'm doing, yeah, I was doing everything on update. Isn't fixed update like just to, well, with physics related stuff? You use fixed update? Like I know you use fixed time there, but I'm using time to delta time to make stuff be frame rate independent. There it is. Say fixed update is a fixed update speed. Say, oh god, no, fixed update is a fixed update speed. Update is run every time the GPU renders a frame. So only on fixed update. Well, I could put it on fixed update. And yeah, let me then put it on fixed update. I have a lot of things running on update on other scripts, not in this one. Oh, because fixed update, yeah, so the movement is on fixed update. Let's do the call here. Enemies firing. And in here, update. Like that. And need to say what's happening. I have awoken. So I just made the recommendation, or implemented the recommendation that you said the other day, like making these guys fire one or two or three at a time, depending on how many of them there are. So for example, just one will fire at a time when there's three, but if I duplicate them, there, I think two will fire, you know? See? There it is. And TC, say, think about this carefully, and I think you'll see the problem. Like, it's the problem. Like the only thing that I can think about it about now is that if I run things on update, yeah, it's gonna be on every single render of a frame. But if I run it on fixed update, it's just going to run, well, as you said, on a fixed update speed. So you're only calling it a certain amount of times and not every time you render something. Well, I don't really see the problem because here on, like, I have timers. These things are working on timers, and they are still going to like limit how many times things can be called. If that wasn't the case, things would be different. But I don't really see the big problem. Maybe I haven't thought of that enough, but I don't really see the problem on at first sight. And Nick, you say fixed update is always 60 or 30 times, and if it misses it, it runs it again to get back to where it's supposed to be. You say TC, if it shouldn't be running at a variable speed of 0 to 1400 times a second, a rate you have no control over, put it in fixed update. Make you say, see, what are we even doing? So it's just this. Let me show you. Let me show you. So I just put the enemies firing function here. It's just basically asking, is currently firing? And if it is currently firing, I'm just going to get um, get a random enemy that is available to fire, like it's close enough to fire to the player. And I'm going to fire the amount of times that, with a delay, of course, there's a little bit of a delay between each fire. But depending on how many enemies there are, I'm gonna ask the enemies that are there to basically like fire. Now, if I'm not currently firing, I'm going to have a cooldown for that, so it starts again to fire. And I'm basically going to grab all the enemies that are close enough to the player. I'm going to shuffle them. I'm going to set to fire again, and I'm going to tell, okay, you should fire 1, 2, 3, or 4 times, depending on how many enemies there are. And TC, you say, oh, don't forget to switch over to time that fixed delta time. Okay, okay. Yeah, because I was using just the time that delta time. Let's go into, where is it? Enemies firing here. So for the timers, instead of time that delta time, is going to be time that fixed delta time. Like that. And in here, where else am I using the time? I think it was just there on, yeah, there are two places I know. Yeah, here too, fixed delta time. It should work like it was working before, but I just want to try if there are no problems with it. It's better to test things than just assume they work. Yeah, that's good. Now, flying enemy fire, flying enemy ice, and I'm gonna copy this one more time. This. And they grabbed at random, so that's good. And TC just say, and as for the problem you can't see, you don't actually have timers here. These are stepwise countdowns. They are not time-based using time the delta time. We could wind up with it removing several thousand. I mean, well, I'm checking for maybe I don't see it. Maybe I don't see it, but I'm checking if next time it runs, if it's lower than that, it's gonna trigger it anyway and reset the countdown. Yeah, it is. It is a countdown, but it works as a timer because when the countdown ends, I'm telling it to do something. Several thousand watt. I think Maybe you're writing the second part of this. I hate that the YouTube limit of comment length is so small. It's what, 150 characters? Need to say I do the same thing. Maybe we are both wrong, Nick. But if we are, we can learn from that at least. That's why we need to connect the on-screen chat to Discord. Yeah, and the off-screen on the on-screen chat is here. I just don't really put it because, well, basically everyone is on the horizontal stream, and the horizontal stream you can see your avatar chat. And TC, you say time to delta time is the time between GPU frames. Yes. Yeah, but if like it doesn't matter if I'm always subtracting that, it's going to subtract whatever time passed between one frame to another. So it's like, yeah, just subtract the time that has passed, and whenever it has passed more than a threshold, like basically the number is gonna be 0 or less. I'm just gonna do something and reset it. And TC just say if the GPU frame says say lags severely and takes several seconds, it then removes several thousand milliseconds in the next time, that delta time. If the GPU is rendering very fast, then the time that delta time is almost nothing. So you're concerned about the floating point being very inaccurate to do the subtraction? Is that what I should care about? What I should be concerned about? The inaccuracy? Which means you might be running fairly expensive nested loops on the GPU frames instead of at fixed rate. Fairly expensive nested loops instead of at a fixed rate. Hmm. Well, I see your point now. I see your point now. I don't think like I've never had that have like cause a problem, to be honest. But I can see why it could cause a problem. So just to get your opinion on this, when would you say you would use fixed update, and when would you say you would use update for which stuff? Because when I'm dealing with physics, I always use, or mostly all the times, I use fixed update. But for other stuff and for other calculations, other things that need to run every frame, I just use update. Because fixed update, even if it's like it causes some stuttering in sometimes. I was saying fixed update. And TC just said yes, floating point time, that delta time at high rates will wind up with 0. That's another issue with this. Okay. So now it should be fine. I'm using fixed update. I'm hearing your concern, and I think that's valid. Um, okay, so let's go to Notion, and yeah, so now the enemies attack in turns. There should be a cooldown between each set fire, and they should fire at random. That's good. Now, threshold for how many enemies should attack at a time, depending on how many enemies there are in their inner ring. So your feedback was implemented, Nick. Now, I'm going to do a commit and send this to the repo. Yippee! So now let's see. What can I put for a title? This is randomized enemy firing. So now the enemies firing fire at random. And TC just say I only use update for things which are time insensitive, like say animation of a UI. It can also be useful for things which need to run every single frame, like raycasting FPS. Okay, so as every other bit of gameplay, logic, etc., is always in fixed. You're gonna you're gonna hate my strips then. Well, I'm gonna start using fixed update more. I'm gonna start using fixed update more now that I know it would be better to use it. And I probably I won't go back to what I had written if it's working. But from now on, the scripts are gonna be using fixed update. Um, yeah. So going back to the description of this, now the enemies fired at random um, places in the ring, in the inner. Now the enemies fired at random places in the inner ring. Yeah, I always do stuff in update. I haven't had a problem so far. Yeah, but I'm gonna hear you. I'm gonna hear you. Okay, so in here now the enemies fired at random places in the inner ring. What else? The plus, well, depending on how many enemies there are that are close enough to fire, are close enough to fire to the player. Um, they will fire at the same time with delay. They'll fire with a delay between them. And TC, you say if you want a real world example of this time, the delta time biting a dev in the rear, go look up what happened when Risk of Rain 2 ported over their console version to the PC to unify their code base. Yeah, I haven't heard about that. So I'm gonna yeah, listen to your advice and actually apply your advice so I don't get beaten in the rear in the long term. Yeah, it seems like something very important. Yeah, remember that they were very silly people. Okay, so here, depending on how many enemies there are, that's close enough. Yeah, but what else? Because we also did another thing, right? So it's make the enemies attacking turns. There should be a cooldown between each shot fired, and there should be a fire at random. Now, threshold of how many enemies should attack at time, depending on yeah. That's that's put in the description. Let's do commit to files and push to origin. Okay. Now, if the enemy is on the secondary ring, well, there are more things here. I think I'm not gonna tackle this last bit of the functionality yet, or should I? Uh, I think yeah. I think I'm gonna do this first before integrating them into the spawner, so they can spawn um in the gameplay as normally, because now they're just spawned in they're just there in the scene. So if the enemy is on the secondary ring, check for available slots on the inner ring. Could be an enemy skill. Yeah, so basically, whenever an enemy dies that's on the inner ring, I'm going to try to find an enemy that's on the secondary ring until it go to go to the first ring. And TC, I also forgot that using update thing can cause crashes. Since if the frame distance starts varying widely, expensive code can run a lot of times in a single second, crashing the game. Well, another reason then, another reason to just use fixed update. Okay, so in here when an enemy dies, well, I could find. mm, I could expand the set air slot to make that when it's set to null. Uh, I'm gonna try and find another enemy there. And TC, you say it is extremely important, and even Unity themselves screw this up because their own tutorials have you using update. Yeah, it's it's very weird because not only well Unity tutorials use that, but also other tutorials like there's a lot of people using update, myself included, for all the time. And it's not that I'm the most experienced person ever, but I have been using Unity for some years now, and I have been using update for all of my projects, all of them. Okay, so yeah, how can I do this? I could expand the set air slot FEVS here. So instead of the lambda, I'm gonna turn it into a full thing. So here, X, copy and paste, or cut and paste. Now I want to return this, so it's gonna return flying enemies on slots. Flying enemy brain strip. Because where am I using this? Set air slot FEVS. Where is this? Let's check the references. Because where am I calling this? Set air slot FEVS. Yeah, I'm calling it here, but where else? On flying enemy brain. Let's go in there. Yeah, but I'm never using the return. So why am I returning something? Let's just run this to check if I don't return this, it's still working. And DC, you say also people with higher frame rate monitors usually wind up running the game faster. Hmm. Where's the other guy? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, nothing, no error seems to be thrown in here. So I guess I was returning a bull just because. And TC, you say so so on and so forth, etc., etc. Basically, yes. Bad idea to use update unless you know what you're doing specifically with that single implementation. Fixed update and never go back. And also, when you start a new script, the way they start the script is using update. It's not using fixed update. Like that's when you create a new script on Unity, That's the way they start the thing. They have start and they have updates, so they like are guiding you to use it. Say TC, I know there's so many using update. It's insane. Okay, so in here, fly any brain. Yeah, I set the script, but also I need to check. Well, after I set the script, if FEBS, so that's the script, is null, I'd like to do something. So I'm gonna try and get, uh, well, FEBS have to be null, and ring index needs to be one for, no, because it shouldn't matter. I'm gonna ask to whatever it's. I know I just have two rings, so there's always going to be just 0 and 1. But if I don't know, one time I decide I want to have 3 rings instead of 2, I would like to. Um, I would like to check for the next ring and ask if there are available slots on the ring that's below. Like just get the enemies from that ring from the other. And they just say you just have to believe. Yeah, I'm gonna tell that to myself whenever I get random crutches on my projects. Tell that to the Risk of Rain developers. Then I don't know what happened there. I think I some friends told me there was like a huge uh problem with their game, but I don't remember exactly what it was. Well, it was this then, I guess. Okay, so FPBS is no now. If that's no, um, well, basically, I'd like to try and get. Yeah, I would like to try and get uh enemy from the other ring. So for or first, if the flying enemies on slots the ring index is gonna be ring index +1. But this is only if first ring index +1, or no, ring index is equal to ring count, or less or equal to ring count. And TC, you said, yeah, Unity itself has been screwing this up for decades. Yeah, but it surprises me that they don't they don't start their scripts with fixed updates, because that would be like very easy to do, right? Just making that whenever you create a new script, instead of having you see update and start, having you see fixed update and start at the beginning. Give me a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm here. Yeah, so here I have to check that the ring count, so in this case it's gonna be 2. The ring index, plus 1 needs to be less or equal to the ring count. So in the case of 0, it's gonna be 1. 1 is less than 2, so that's gonna run. But on uh, on 1, well, it needs to be then less. It can't be equal. It needs to be less than ring count, because if I do 1 plus 1, it's 2. It needs to be less than ring count of 2. And TC, you say, I know we're layers deep into this slot side implementation of the firing system, but honestly, this inflexibility you're facing right now is a consequence of the entire thing from the beginning. What inflexibility? What inflexibility? I don't see the problem with this. Maybe I'm wrong, but what's the inflexibility? Okay, yeah, because I don't I don't really see the problem here. Uh, yeah, so flying enemies on slots, ring index plus 1. Yeah, so flying enemies on slots. I would like to get 1 from the upper ring. So first I do the check for that, and then also I need to on the flying enemies on slots. Here, flying enemies on slots, ring index plus 1. What do I want to get from there? I want to see if is TC, you say it would be easy for them to choose to use fixed update, yes, and oh yeah, the, that inflexibility. And people have been yelling at them to change this ever since Unity. I thought you were you were talking about that, and have been yelling at them to change this ever since Unity 3, and they never have. I didn't know they have been always trying to get that to change. Okay, so what do I want to do here? Maybe I'm just going to write stuff first in pseudocode, so I can just fill stuff. That way I can have my thoughts out first, and then write code. So first I'm checking. Well, let's start from the beginning. Here, if there is a ring above the current one ring index. Yeah, if there's a ring in there. Now, what's next? What do I want to do? I want to basically do try to get an enemy from the above ring, from the ring above. And what else? Yeah, try to get the enemy and change its target. Its target. Let me see, in flying enemy rain, I have to change its target and air slot index and ring index. Air slot index and ring index to the new one, basically. Okay, so this first step is done. There should be a ring above. Now, I want to do what? I want to do a 4, so I can get from the flying enemy slots, and I'm gonna do a 4 in, gonna be int I equals 0, 0 I is less than flying enemies on slots. I need the ring index plus 1, that count, not clone but count. The ring count, you were complaining about it before. Oh yeah, but if I were to add more, like that's all that I had to make sure of. Like, is there one above? Like, I just have to put basically another number. I don't really need to do anything else. Well, apart from adding how many slots there should be on a ring, I don't need to do anything else. I'm not having flexibility problems there, I'd say. Um, yeah, flying any, well, that's now. Actually, I struggled a little bit with the jagged arrays because I have used bi-dimensional on three-dimensional arrays before, but never jagged arrays. So I'm still getting used to them. Cannot be applied to operands of type int. I is less than, yeah, ring index. Flying enemies on slots, ring index plus 1. What's the problem with this? What's the problem with this? Yeah, but I'm trying to get the count. Yeah, probably I'll still struggle with. Oh yeah, because this is an array. I forgot. I forgot. Yeah, this is not a list. Yeah. So in here, I want to try to get an enemy from the ring above. This is it. And I'm gonna get rid of this. And what is the parameter, or where is? I'm just gonna find whatever is first, whoever is first, pass it and then break. Because I could find the the enemy that is closest to that slot. But why do it now? I'm gonna leave a message here. For me, you could also find the enemy that's closest to the slot and grab it instead of just picking the first one. But that's first. I'm gonna get the first that I get. So here, I have to do. Try to get an enemy. So here, I'm gonna create a variable that's gonna be flying enemy brain. So I can put it here. That's gonna be flying enemy or enemy. I don't need to be that specific. And here, I need to check that the flying enemy slots, the ring index plus 1, and iteration, so I is not null. So it's not null. And if I do that, that means I can grab it. So I'm gonna do, well, let me open some brackets. I'm gonna do two things. So first enemy is gonna equal this thing. So that slot that I found that's not empty. What else? Probably gonna break after that. Break from the loop. And I wanted to do something else too. Yeah. So I grab the well, I need to grab well deassign this. So here I'm gonna say set air slot FEBS, and I'm gonna pass the air slot index. So the air slot index is gonna be I. It's gonna be null, and this is gonna be the ring index plus 1, like that, and I break. And TC, you say delay on chat is crazy. Yeah, I figured because even though I can like do like YouTube tells you okay what delay do you want? You could pick between some options, and whenever you pick an option, it's basically going to tell you okay you will need more bandwidth depending on or more upload speed depending on which version you're using. And even though I'm sending 6,100 kilobytes per second, it's still like funky. And Nick just said YouTube also doesn't show that you're behind until 30 seconds. You see, I hear Roman reply in 5 seconds tops. Yeah, and even though I have the the version like ultra fast for replies, it's pretty slow. But it varies a lot from time to time. Like there has been some times on some streams that the delay is very low. Today is not one of those days. Okay, so in here, flying enemies on slots. Um, okay, yeah, I just have to change its target, and well, first I need to assign that. Well, I already assigned it then. Flying enemies on slots. I just grab the enemy. Mm, yeah, so I'm gonna do here flying enemies on slots, ring index, air slot index equals enemy. That should be it. And I have to change, like basically to tell the enemy update your stuff. So where am I changing this? Reset air slot, public, void, set air slot. This I just only call this on death, so they reset the variables here. So I need to pass what? I need to pass an int of air slot index and int ring index. So here I'll just do air slot index equals air slot index and ring index equals ring index. Now I just need to call it from here. So enemy dot set air slot, and I pass the ring index plus 1. Well, no. First I have to pass the air slot. So the air slot is I, and the ring index plus 1. And TC, you say YouTube hit the end of the thing on their chat. I was 2:30 behind. Wow. 2 full minutes and a half. That's crazy delay. Yeah, that is crazy. Yeah, and if I go here, yeah, I don't know if I can show you what I was talking about. So maybe you can see it in the next 2 minutes. So let me find it. Yeah. So here, I don't think I'm leaking anything, to be honest. Yeah, here, for example, you can assign latency. So there's normal latency, there's low latency, and there's ultra low latency. And I have the ultra low latency um, picked there, and it's still like this. Just imagine if I were to put low or normal. Yeah, this not need. I don't need this. Just so I is gonna be this and ring index an enemy set air slot. Yeah, maybe I'm not setting this correctly. Flying enemies on slots. Oh no, I need to put the ring index actually. Ring index like that, and it's gonna be air slot index like that. And I like to put some separation. Yeah, that's it. So now I changed the target and let me put that comment there like that. And that should be right. Now I don't know if I'm setting the target. Am I changing the target? Because every second or every some seconds. Well, this is using this is using updates, and I'm inheriting from another update. Um, so you will hate it, TC. Whenever you see this, you will hate it. But yeah, if I set the air slot, well, where am I using it? Reset. Yeah, but where else? On here, so it should automatically set the target position. Again, it should get it according to the air slot and the ring index. So I don't think I need to change the target myself. It's going to automatically do it there on a timer. I will. I will. Give me just a second. I'm gonna fix it. So I need to make more enemies here to try this out, because otherwise, it just won't go up. Nope. And maybe this is because I also have to check in here that it's not only this is not only not null, but the same thing that we did. Oh, also the fix that you helped me with yesterday, DC, about it's enabled and active. I think that is a solution to an underlying problem with not being able or not on assigning the slots properly. I think that that's an underlying problem. So it does work, um, but if it's not null, and I'm setting them to null, maybe I'm doing it incorrectly. So yeah, let me see. Flying enemies on slots, ring index +1 I dot transform, or it's transformed active and enabled, or is it game object active and enabled? Active. Is this from transform? Active. Just where I'm using it here. What type is this? Or which, yeah, which type or component has active and enabled? Yeah, it's an enemies firing it, I say. Distance. Yeah, active and enabled. So flying enemies on slots. It's on. It's on game object then. Or no, it's on the same. It's on the script. It's on the script. Active and enabled. Okay, okay. Let's save and let's see. Let's see. Now let's duplicate those guys again. Big mistake, I say. Big mistake. But everyone was trying to go there. Yeah, I don't know why. Don't know why. My enemy. Now everyone is on the same spot. Yeah, I'm doing something very, very silly here. So if the script data has been passed here, well, I first set the flying enemies on slots of that ring index. An air slot index. I'm not going to fix the update yet because I have a bigger problem now with these guys. But as soon as I do that, I'm gonna fix it. And that one guy, you say, what happened while I was gone? What is wrong right now? Welcome back, that one guy. And to answer your question, this thing is, well, I updated or added functionality to one of the functions that I have. It's basically for setting the slots, like assigning to the slots script of the enemy that's going to be there, right? Now, when I do that, the only thing that I did was just that. But I also added that when you set a slot to be null, so there's no longer anything there, I'm going to try and search the ring that is above for enemies. If there are enemies that are on the upper ring, I'm going to ask the first enemy that I find there to move to the position that was set to null. Now, I think maybe I'm doing it a lot of times or something because it's like every single enemy is trying to go to the same position successfully, and they shouldn't be on the same position. But yeah, if I reset this and I make it go, make it be like it was before, there shouldn't be any problems. Let's just duplicate these enemies a lot. Like this, you see? What I want to happen, that's not happening right now, is that when I kill this enemy, for example, the one of those that is in at the top of the ring, should move to that missing space or that empty space. You know, that's what I'm trying to achieve here. Yeah, to know with no success for now. But I think the problem that I'm getting here, or the underlying problem, is that whenever, like basically, I'm passing FEVS, you know, I'm passing FEVS. That's just flying enemy brain script. Um, if it's null, it's not really making it be null. And need to say, this is in general so much work for such a silly final effect. The council has decided your punishment is death. I think it's, well, there are things that are super small in video games, but make them fun or make them work as they should. So I'm gonna give it another try. Now I want to see. I'd like to put some comments here. So if FEVS is null, debug.log, set FEVS null, FEVS null, and I'm gonna put a time to this. Time. Else debug.log or assigned a script to, or assign FEVS T time. So I want to see when I'm setting it to null or when I'm not, and also apart from the time, I would like to get other thing. So I want to see, well, can I display this thing like FEBS? Can I display that? Like, what will it give me? Ring index, error slot index. I don't know. I hope so. Here, like that. FBS. Flying. Enemy on slots. Ring index. And air slot index. Because I wanna check if it is really null. Because I'm under the impression that it is not. So why am I setting this to null multiple times? Well, they are far. Yeah, I don't see where they are assigning it properly. Just no. Always no. Now, if it's no, I don't care. I'm not going to do anything. Just gonna say, if it's not no, give me this debug. That one guy is like, how are you setting it to null? Is it when health is less or equal to 0 or what? I think I'm doing it in two places. So first one is when I'm very far away from a slot, I set it to false, and I try to get another slot. That's closer. Also, when it dies, so health is minus or equal 0, it's gonna trigger the die and whatever. In there, I make it set the current slot to no. And TCU say, oh, by the way, that asset you wanted is 50% off right now in Unity Store. So it should be like $75. I can afford it right now. I had to buy some presents. I really can't afford it. Either way, but thank you for letting me know. Um, yeah. So let's see if I am assigning this to, or where I'm assigning this to something that's not no. Because it would seem that I'm only using that to set it to no. Can't you say that pain laugh says everything? Yeah, no, not in a position of buying uh that right now. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go into yeah, into this, like you just see every reference where I'm calling this flying enemy brain. And that one guy you say, why can't I don't know? You don't need it, like it's okay. It's okay. But I think it's because the channel just hasn't reached. I think you have to have like 3,000 hours. Yeah, it's 3,000 hours of watched time in less than a year or in a year. And then you have to apply to be able to receive donations. So the only way that I can receive donations is on Coffee. So it's the first link on the description. But yeah, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, and I think I'm like 1,500 hours in, so like half into monetization. Say okay, bet, dude. Don't worry, don't worry. Like I really appreciate it though. I really appreciate it. So yeah, we're getting there some in some time, and you need 4,000 hours for being monetized. It's not 0K, it's 0C. Okay, let's see in here. Let's see in here. I'm calling it both times. In It's just to set it to no. I'm not really setting the air slot here to anything else. So maybe when I get the air slot, I'm setting it. Get air slot index. Let's see. When I do the get air slot index, okay, get the index. Okay, flying enemies on slot, rend index equals. Yeah, because I am setting it here. It's just this. So I do ring index. Let's read this. Let's read this again. Let's read this again. So I start with a result of -1, so it's going to start as something that's like null for our purpose. -1 is always going to be like null. Now I'm going to iterate through the ring, the inner ring. So, oh well, not the inner ring, but whatever ring I am in. And now I do flying enemies on slots. Well, basically, if it's null, flying enemies on slots is null. And maybe it's because of this flying enemies on slots ring index I. active is active and enabled. Is false. Well, if it's no, then why should I check this? Right? You see, why the fuck did that message of all things get filtered? What? Not getting what's happening on Discord. Am I missing something on Discord? Well, there's a lot of messages, so I really can't read all of them for now. Okay, so current flying enemy distance is less than the current shortest distance. That is only if it's no. Flying enemies on slots. Yeah, and I'm assigning it. It's just that, well, I am assigning it here, so no need to do it here. No need to do it here. No need to call this because I'm already doing it. So I'm just using this to set it to null always. And need to say, Roman, if you want context, just check the newest image in images. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, that's weird. Figured I'd give you a heads up. Why would that be held for review? Because says head. That's the only thing that I can think about that could make it trigger for some reason. But it's like very well. There's like a head in some context could be like associated to something sexual, but I wouldn't flag that. Head is a pretty common word in heads. And heads up an expression like it's just so weird, so weird. Well, anyway, let's get back to this thing. Yeah, flying enemies on slots. Yeah, I'm doing the assigning here. No need to worry about that. Now, if I go in here where I'm setting this to no. Yeah, as I said, if the enemy is very far away from its slot, I'm gonna tell the player to make its slot available for others. Reset the index. Well, I should also reset the ring index. Ring index is gonna be set to -1, 2. Now for int I equals 0, I don't really need this, but it's better if I do this, like just to be sure. And that one guy say the link to this stream has code in the name. Lol. It does? That's a pretty cool coincidence. Yeah, code him. You code him you code him K4. Um okay, so here I reset the ring index. Air slot index is gonna be equal to that, ring index to this. What changes have I done here? It's just this set air slot. And in here, yeah, all of that. Mm, yeah, I need to fix the problem where there are the flying enemies on slots It's not being set to null. Like they're being occupied. Mm, let me do a check in here. I could do it in update or fixed update now. Let me see if I do here. I'm gonna do a 4. And I have a problem here. Oh, it's just here. Yeah. So 4 int I equals 0 I is less than flying enemies on slots. And I just want to filter through. Well, I'm gonna filter through all of them. So I'm gonna do 4, a 4 in a 4. And I would like to use int I here. I is less than ring count. I plus plus. And here I'm going to use E. E is less than flying enemies on slots ring count. That count. Or not length. E plus plus. I'm just going to like basically count this. So int count equals 0. And if the flying enemies on slots ring count, or not ring count, I need to get I. This is I, not ring count. I. E equals, well, it's not null. I'm going to count plus plus. And after I do the count, I'm going to debug that log. Count equals, or is count. And here I'm just gonna do the time that time. Because I want to see. I think this is not being counted correctly, and this should be happening every frame basically. Okay, so I have a count of 3. 3 slots occupied because there are 3 enemies. That's great. No problem there. Now, what happens if I eliminate an enemy? Nothing. The count remains at 3. But I eliminated an enemy. I did eliminate an enemy. And if I eliminate the other one, there's no way it's changing. Now I'm only counting the slots that are empty. So there is a problem with the unassignment of this. Let's see where else I'm calling this, because I for sure remember having this like, yeah, this being called on death. Nick to say you code them equal you code them. Yeah, it's like a cheer for me to code these guys. Yeah, like that. And let me check something. Yeah, so here, let me go into, it's not flying enemy brain, but it's on health. It's on health. It should be on flying enemies, flying enemy health. Yeah, when I do die, I call the flying enemy brain script, and I tell it, dude, reset that air slot. Like we're no longer using it. So let's go there where we are calling that And what does reset air slot do? Let's see. It's just setting the air slot index to -1, setting the ring index to -1, and telling player air slots instance that set air slot script basically set it to null. So we're no longer going to be using it or using it. Um, no problem there. No problem there. I am calling it where I should. Let me see. Let me let me see if there is a problem of the way I'm doing this, because it's a jagged array. So I'm gonna do here. Um, Setting jagged array of type to null doesn't set it to null. So null. I'll first I'll first search it here and then I'll ask the almighty GPT. Setting jagged array variable to null only sets the top level reference to null, not the individual inner arrays of their elements. The behavior you are observing is normal because the variable itself is a pointer to a block of memory that holds other pointers. Setting the main variable to null just makes it point to nothing. Yeah, but I think what this is telling me is like if I were to set the ring to null, that would make it point to nothing. But what I'm doing is not only accessing the ring, but the index in the ring. Need to say words. It's saying words. What? What words? Right null once I initialize it again. Jack the race become null when I hit play. Jack the race initializes nulls, but writer says it's not the case. Can array hold null values? I should have specified C sharp. Hmm. Can value types be null? How to work with null level types in C sharp? Let's see this. Why are there so many things popping up? No thanks, dude. Decline all. Okay, so how to declare null level types? Null level int example. Yeah, it's of type int, but I'm having a type of script. Just a script or a class rather. Properties of null level types. Null level types have two properties: has value, has and value. Setting a jagged array of class to null doesn't set to null. I'm gonna ask the Almighty. I'm gonna ask the Almighty. What does it think? Let's do a new chat or right inside here. How to, or well, yeah, it's I have a jagged array of class and need to say then you have folders for your ChatGPT. Yes, I have them. Yeah, I have them. Okay, so I have jagged arrays of class and it's have jagged array of class, and when I set index index to null, it doesn't seem to set it. Okay, what does it say? It says, well, let me make it bigger in here. Let's make it bigger. Okay. This one of those teacher classes where what you think you're modifying is not what actually gets modified. With jagged arrays of classes, reference types, the most common reasons this happen is that you're either modifying a copy from a for each. I'm not using a for each, and that's why I don't really like using for each that much, because when you use a for each, it's grabbing the reference, not the thing itself, or a local variable, or the array element is being reassigned elsewhere immediately after, or you're not actually indexing the same array you think you are. Let's go through this cleanly and brutally. What should work? Baseline. This always works if you're really indexing the array. My class grid equal new class. New, okay. Grid equal new, my class, and grid, okay. This sets it to null. If this exact pattern doesn't work, something else is wrong. Mm, maybe that's the thing. Well, I'm gonna put it in here. Let's see, player air slots. I'm gonna pass it this basically. Well, this. I'm gonna close it here just to send it here. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, but I don't see what is it. I'm doing it this way. Because with fibs null, it will write null into the jagged array. If you observe that it doesn't set, it almost always means one of this is happening. You're not actually calling it with null. Remove by doing something else like destroy fvvs, that game object. How about like this explicitly? Dude, I am doing exactly this. I'm calling it with null. It is being set to null, but something sets it back right after. Example, a refresh slot method, a repopulation loop, or an update that reassigns flying enemies on slots. Ring slot every frame. Put this immediately after the assignment. Yeah, this is not. Well, let me see if that will work, or at least I can know if it's null or not. If it's automatically reassigning it. Okay, debug.log after set. After set flying enemies on slots equal null, no null. Let's see what else. Unity fake null confusion. A flying enemy inherits mono behavior. Unity overloads null. A destroyed component can behave like null in comparisons, while still looking like an object reference in some places. To check the variable b flying enemies on slots. Okay, debug.log. I do ask if it is null. Here, object reference equals real C null check. True with reference equals is false. You still should set the slot to null yourself. You paste the code where you call set air slot FPBS. Um, you know what? Need to say, so why are you using a jack array then? Using it just because I need either a jack array or a bidimensional array, because I want to access not only well, the first time I was doing this, I did like primary ring and secondary ring, and they were two separate values with each of those was an array, you know. The problem with that is that if I want to have multiple of them, it's not scalable, and probably I won't be adding anymore. But I should be able to loop through them. You know, I should be able to loop through them. So that's why I'm using jagged arrays. Jagged arrays. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna just go get outside of here. I'm gonna put it in Notion for me later. There's an issue here on yeah, there's an issue here. So what's the issue? The flying enemy on slots is not being set to null when set air slot FEBS gets called. I need to fix that. That's a bug on programming. So I'm gonna not do this task, and I'm gonna move to another task for now, so I can just do this off stream and not have to bore you with the debugging. And need to say an additional class that has two could do now, and it could hold more data. An additional class that has two. Yes, it would work. It would work, but why? Why would you have a list of those like that? The thing is that you would still need to. Yeah, no, it would work. It would work. It wouldn't be well. It could be easier in the sense of uh, could be easier in the sense of not having to deal with jagged arrays, but jagged arrays are cleaner. And need to say or no, let me rephrase. You know what you're doing. Yeah, but it gets messy anyway. It gets messy anyway when you're dealing with bidimensional. I would say bidimensional are the easiest ones to deal with. I don't know why I just went with jagged arrays. I guess I wanted to try them, and I don't know if you remember, but on one of my last streams before I stopped streaming and came back then, it was I was using Jack the Race on the factory game and everything got crazy. And Red Wolves is here. What's up, Red Wolves? Welcome to the stream. How is it going? Good to have you here. How is it going? Need you say I like Dirty Code more? It's fun. Yeah, but it could be fun for some seconds. Then it's just a pure nightmare. So I'm gonna roll it back. I'm gonna roll it back. Let's go into yeah, in here. I'm gonna discard all the changes. And I'm going to include these guys in into the wave spawner or the wave manager. So yeah, let's do that. Uh, I'm gonna check that all the overrides in here are done. What is the override? Flying enemy fire. What's the override in here? What am I overriding? What is it that am I overriding? Well, could it be the spell ID? Override. I can't see exactly what I'm overriding. Brief of swords, flying enemy fire. I don't know. I'm just gonna apply. They work, so I'm just gonna apply. And I should be able to see it somewhere here, what the changes are. I'm just gonna apply. Overrides, no overrides. Okay, now let's select all of those and let's delete it. And yeah, let's save. Let me pull, let me search the, let me search the scripts that I will need for this. So I know I will need the wave manager to include it into the waves, and I'll need the enemies manager or yeah, enemies manager. And is the audio okay? I guess I could make it just a little bit more. So yeah, like that. So not that barely visible. Yeah, if I get here, yeah, you can hear me better. But yeah. Okay, so in here, spawn enemy at. Yeah, I just have to include them. I should document the process of adding a new enemy. Would be quite good to have it documented for me, just for me. So, what do I need to do first to add a new enemy? To add a new enemy. To add a new enemy. And I'm gonna make a list here. Okay. What's first? So I think I will have to go into the and Red Wolves. You say, "Oh, I'm feeling amazing. I ordered recently a new sim wheel. Base it costed 500 euros and a shifter for about 150 Christmas gifts. You know. Uh, well, I hope you enjoy it. It sounds like a lot of fun. Sim. I've never tried the sim wheels, but they look fun AF. So I hope you have a lot of fun with it. And what games are you gonna try? Um, I've tried one of those like wheels, not the full sim. I've tried one of those wheels that you can connect to a PC, and I played Euro Truck Simulator too. it was so cool. So what are you planning to play with the setup, with the rig, with the simulator? And we have a big delay, so if you if you're hearing this like 2 minutes after you wrote here, it's because we have a huge delay. Okay, so here, let's see. Say real worlds. I'll probably play Assetto Corsa, BeamNG, and ETS, Air Truck Simulator 2. Well, good picks, good picks. BeamNG is very cool too. Not much of a delay. Okay, cool. Yeah, BeamNG is I played BeamNG just with mouse and keyboard. It's so awesome. I can't imagine how it's gonna be on a rig. Okay, so here let's see. To add an enemy, I wanna let's first go into the enemies manager. Enemies manager. Where is it? Here. And I have, well, initial spawn point. Well, it doesn't matter. I have the scripts of those enemies, and they should be in order. So first, yeah, I need the enemy health script for those. So let's open 3 more spaces in here. And I'm gonna go into the prefabs, and I'm gonna call, or I'm gonna assign here first the normal fly enemy, then the fire, and then ice. And need to say, Roman, how does your backup script work? The thing that places you back where you were standing when you fall off the map, it looks exploitable in the fun way. I can show you. I can show you. Give me a second. I'm gonna read Red Worlds, and I'll show you. I swear to God, though, wheel-based wheels wheel-based get expensive real fast. I bought an entry-level direct drive. There are cheaper options for like a full set for only about 250, but those Logitech entry-level wheels, yeah, like I think there are, like, for a while um I had one of those wheels that was for driving. Um, I've tried better ones, but the one that I had was like 50 euros in conversion. Was I guess, well, it was pretty fun. It was one of those attachable to your to the desk, but it was like super small, and it didn't do full rotations or anything. It was like better than the mouse and keyboard, but yeah, if you're going to get one of those, like, you better be prepared to to break the wallet, to destroy the wallet. And especially if you're really into the sim racing stuff, um, it can be worth it in the long run. I'm not that much of a fan. I like it, but I'm not like a lover of simulators. Like, I still, they're really fun, but I don't play them like a lot, so it wouldn't be justified either way. Okay, so here, flying enemy health. Yeah, let's do. Yeah, I wanted to show you the recovery of entities, because it's a script that you can attach to any entity, basically, and it's going to recover it from um the last valid position. So let's see, where is it? I think I called it file recovery. Yeah, that's it. Let me open it so I can show you what's going on inside this. So first I get the KCC motor, and this only works for entities that have a motor, kinematic character controller motor. So basically what I do is well, there's a falling threshold that is constant for every single one of the instances. You can't really, you just set this on like on a global. It's not a global, but on the level of the script. So whoever is using the script is gonna have the same value here. In red walls, you say you can set a direct drive wheel base up to 2,700 degrees of rotation. No one would use that anyways. Yeah, but you can. There it is. There it is. And Art says, "Yo, what's up, Art? Welcome to the stream. How is it going, dude? How is it going?" Okay, so yeah, here I have falling health penalty. So you can assign what the penalty for falling is, like how much health it will uh subtract from you. And here I have the last safe position and a health script, you know? And I have a bunch of variables for safe position check, but it's just basically making like I'm casting a sphere in the area you're standing right now, every frame, I'd say. So every like I just cast that sphere, and if that sphere is empty, completely empty, that means that's a like a valid position for spawning, or sorry, for recovering you. Now, when you fall, you're going to go, and here it is, safe position if valid. So I do first a check. If the nav agent is not null, I'm gonna check if the point you're at is on the nav match. So I do is on nav match, and also I sample the position you're in right now, and I basically you have to be on the nav match, like touching the nav match surface. And also there I do another check if has enough space. So has enough space is doing the overlap capsule, and I capture the hits. So whatever is in there, if I have something there, basically I do like if something overlaps, it's not you don't have enough space. So yeah, it's just making sure that you have enough space, and if you have, I'm gonna save that as the last position. And whenever you fall below the threshold, you're going to get back to that position. And I just say, was talking about your code with my coworker. He actually tried to defend your use of arrays and indexing, saying you're old school. I was like, you have choose older than him. Both you guys suffer from an allergic reaction to dictionary. I can't. I'm not going to even defend myself. I'm not going to even defend myself. It's I don't have a point to make for my argument for using dictionaries. I just like them. I just understand them. Very easy to read. That's the only reason. I'm not saying it's the best approach. Um, but it's good to read you here, Art. I always have fun when you criticize the way I do stuff, and also when you're very helpful as well with your comments, and also I can learn from them. So very cool. And I need to say it looks interesting because I could jump around on the fences, and when I fall, I'd be put back halfway across the map. Yeah, because maybe um there wasn't a safe position to go to, you know. Yeah, really cool speedrun strat. Yeah, because fences are not on those fences are not on the nav match. That's why it doesn't get saved. Well, I could for the player, like teleport it everywhere else. But the problem is that I'm also using that recovery for the enemies, and the enemies need to be on the on the nav match. Otherwise, they don't work. They go crazy. How big is the sphere? We can check that out. So here I have a float, check for safe position time. Yeah, this is time. Timer, capsule radius. Yeah, the capsule radius is 0.5, I say, I'd say. 0.5, so that's one of diameter. Say, Nick, don't delete obscure speedrun strats. I will be the only one to use them anyway. Yeah, I don't really care about fixing that. It's not a big deal, I would say. And art, you say, this is why I suggested you use a dummy nutmeg. You just have a dummy set the destination and how to get there, then lerp towards the point. I have the like I'm not actually controlling the like I don't do set destination in with the nutmeg. I just get the points and I make the motor move towards that direction. You know, so I'm not really using the nutmeg to move, or sorry, the nutmeg agent. Thanks. I got a praise from art. Finally. Finally. So I'm gonna go in here because I'm trying to add new enemies. Oh, and you haven't seen this. I think I don't know if if you have seen this, but we have more enemies now. Or well, I finished most of the flying enemies. Well, I can show you now because I'm just trying to add them. But let me pull them real quick here. Flying enemy, fire, and the ice guy. Yeah, so in here, these guys, they look very, very, very silly. I really like them. And now they fire like randomly at you, like not only the first in line will fire at you, but they take like random turns. Yeah, after all these years. Yeah, so let's eliminate these enemies. And let's go again to the enemies manager. And in the enemies manager, well, first let's see. What do we have here? Yeah, I set the prefab. Enemies list. So for every single one of the prefab is going to create another list. Yeah, that's good. Spawn enemy at. And I need the index and position. And need to say, Ice Wisp will be so annoying. Yeah, I think maybe for the Ice Wisps, at least to me, I like chasing stuff. I think for the Ice Wisps, maybe I'm not making them cast the same spell as the player for the Ice spell. Maybe I'm gonna probably do another spell that doesn't have that impact because it's pretty huge. But we can tweak that later. Because I don't have I probably won't have a playable version for at least a couple of weeks. Yeah, because this week is the last full week before last year or next year, sorry. The ice spell is OP either way. Yeah, but maybe I can make it so it will slow you down, but for less seconds. I don't know. Okay, so here spawn enemy at. Let's see if I can just use this. If I go to the wave manager and in here, I will just have to assign. I will just have to assign indexes, different indexes. So here it's on generate subwave. Yeah, so enemy index 0. Let's assign on here. Let's also subwave data that enemies in wave quantities, or enemies in no enemies in wave index that add, and it's gonna be 4. I probably have to change that to 0, 1, 2, 3. Let's see if, well, I'm gonna add this to all of them. To any area, we will have some flying enemies. And Nick, you say, oh yeah, making only the player receive less buffs, debuffs is a good idea. Yeah, because otherwise, it's gonna be pretty annoying to deal with. Like they shouldn't, if it's like a boss, or it's no, I don't know, bigger enemy maybe, but it's just an annoying flying enemy. Shouldn't be that that powerful. Yeah, the player has feelings, enemies do not. That's a good point. Okay, null reference exception. Why? Why are we getting the exception? Alive enemies game object that add enemies manager instance spawn enemy at. And hard to say. So note, ranged enemies exist to force player to move around, preventing AFK style play. Melee enemies keep people busy. Yeah, so they shouldn't be that annoying. Or well, yeah, they should be annoying, but not that powerful that they can beat you uh instantly. And hard to say, and flying enemies are meant to keep the player looking around. Yeah, I think I wanna achieve a balance, like Risk of Rain. Risk of Rain does it pretty well, but I don't know. I wanna be. I don't plan to do to make this game. How do you call the genre? The genre of Risk of Rain is pretty popular genre. Well, I don't know, the one where you pick upgrades and like build your character in the run. Roguelike, yeah, dude. I'm forgetting things. I think 3 hours 46 minutes in is gonna make me go crazy. Roguelike, yeah, exactly. I don't plan to make this a roguelike, but the balancing on their enemies is quite good. Or the way they handle them rather than balancing. Okay. So this line is throwing me an error. And why is that? Why is that? Let's go to the wave manager. Mm, Entity spawner, zone, half shield. And need to say, yeah, except for the spider pot thing, I hate it. What's spider pot? I don't think I remember. Let me search it. Spider pot. Spider pot. Oh, this one. The clay dunstrider. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, I didn't remember uh a pot, a spider pot, but yeah, it's a very good description. It's exactly what you said. Clayton Strider. Let me put this back here. And you say, Nick, yeah, let's make an enemy that's easy to beat up close, and after you beat it up, it steals your health and traps you if you're up close. Brilliant idea. Well, you have. That's why you need to play with other people that can help you. But the solo player will have a problem with it. Okay. And it deals so much damage. Yeah, dude, I think there are some enemies in Risk of Rain that are just incredible. And also the last guy that you have to beat, I don't know, I don't remember his name, but the last guy that you have to beat in order to like beat the run, it's incredibly annoying. It steals your upgrades and stuff. Yeah, Mithrix. Okay, yeah. Why is this throwing me an error? Alive enemies add enemies manager instance spawn enemy at enemy index get value spawn position. So what is this going to give me? I don't think I died to him more than once. I think I've died to him like twice. It's not. It's just annoying to fight against him. Okay, so in here, no. Yeah, spawn enemy at is going to return a game object. It's going to return a game object. Mm, need to say, on my first run, I cheesed him with a turret as engineer. Dude, engineer is so powerful. I love playing as engineer too. I've had my best runs with the engineer. Enemy spawned. Let's see. Enemies manager. Yeah, I'm gonna close the file recovery. No longer needed. I'm gonna start writing the how to add a new enemy. Both the enemy health script from its prefab into the enemy prefabs array. That's the first step. Yeah, fungus stacking is so unfair. What you call unfair, I call fun. It's up to interpretation. One day we should play too. We should play Risk of Rain. To add a new enemy. And Sven is here, says hello. What's up, Sven? Welcome to the stream. Um, I think your first stream was yesterday from what I know. Yeah, you were here yesterday, so welcome again one more time. How is it going? And need to say, I mean, it's fun, very much so. So can't say it's not unfair. I heard that once already. Uh, okay, so put the enemy health script from its prefab into the enemy prefabs. And why would this throw me an error? Let me catch this here before game object equals this. And I'm gonna call it new game object. And I'm gonna add new game object to here. And Sven, you say, I like, then go by. Well, thanks for the like, Sven. Appreciate it. Yeah, so let's catch this. And I would like to see if, well, new game object. is null, or not null, but what is it? Well, first let's catch this, because if I'm I'm getting the problem here, it's a problem with what's inside this call. So let's see where we get the problem. I would say it's not going to be on the call to the function, but it's going to be, or sorry, yeah, it's going to be there, but not on the adding to the list. But because why would it do? Why would that cause a problem? Let's see. Let's see. Okay, we get the problem. Now, where is it? Yeah, it's inside here. It's inside here. So we can put this back to how it was before. And Gracione, I hope I'm not butchering your name. You say love Unity man. What's up, Gracione? Or can I call you Kras? Just because I don't know how to pronounce your name. Yeah, Unity is so fun. So are you into game development as well, Kras? Yeah, let's bring this back to how it was because the problem is inside here, spawn enemy out. That's where the problem occurs. So maybe I forgot to set something there. Spawn enemy out. Well, I am initializing the list of enemies. I think. So let me see first if I press play in here, the enemies should get spawned. So enemy infected, yeah, fire, ice, yeah, flying enemies. The flying enemies are getting instantiated, like they are here. I don't know if you can see, um, but they are spawning and they are being set to disabled. And I'll just say, oh, Roman, did you check out the puller? Yes, I did check the puller when you sent it to me. I haven't updated mine, but yeah, you certainly do stuff different from me. Like you're just like more general terms to do pulling, and that allows you to like being more uh like using it for everything, like being more general. So pretty cool. Yeah, I don't want to update mine because I have some like 3 or 4 pulls. If I end up updating it, it's gonna take me a while. So probably gonna be make it off stream. Okay, yeah, these are being spawned now. What else? Where exactly is happening? Yeah, spawn enemy at. And I heard you say, yeah, the static util at the bottom allows you to do var foo equals foo prefab.pull and parent name. It will instance a parent if none already exists. Yeah, so pretty. How would you call it? Modular? If that's the word. Okay, so here spawn enemy at, and this is throwing me an error somewhere. Somewhere is throwing me an error. Now, I'm going to check for enemies list, the enemy index, and count. Basically, I'm doing it for every enemy that has that enemy index. I'm gonna check if if it's not active, or active self equals false. And if it's disabled, basically, I wanna enable it. Okay. Okay, so this is specific to, yeah, this is specific to enemies that have a motor, a kinematic character motor. So the only thing that it should do is say, okay, if motor doesn't equal null, so I have a motor, then I'm gonna do this. Oh, like this. What happened? This, right? Otherwise, I don't need to do this because if it's null, this is gonna just throw an error. Now, enemies list, reset the enemy. That's good. Now, what type am I using here? It's just enemy health, and my health inherits from that, so that should be good. Enemies list. Yeah, I think that was the problem. Let's run this again. And I just say, you just need to do for foo that game object that set active true when you're ready for that object to do stuff. And once you disable it, foo that game object that set active false, it will return to its own unique pool. Very helpful, very helpful to just have everything. Like it's just easier to use that way. Yeah. So when I update it, yeah, I don't know when I will update it, but I will do it off stream. Okay, so is the flying enemy spawning? Let's see. Let's wait for one of those to spawn. I don't see any errors in the console, so that's a good sign. And need to say, a guy wants to do 24 level up roles for 5 people Discord server. 24 level up roles. I'm having a good life right now. How many like levels do we have on our server? And we have like what, 100 members? 24 24 for 5 people is crazy. Yeah, so I think that's it. That's it. The only thing I have to do to assign a new enemy is just assigning it to the list of enemies that can be called. Oh. Oh yeah, that thing about the falling recovery or the fall recovery. Yeah, if you jump, for example, if you jump over here and do a dash, like your last position where you touch the ground is very far away. So you could do that to your advantage. You could use that to your advantage. And Nick, you say, I mean, infinite levels as a number, I think, but we have 4 rows. Infinite levels is a number. Okay, okay. Let's see, let's see. Yeah, let's do. Let's add the other ones. So that's the only thing. That's the only thing. Let's see. It's on enemies manager. On enemies manager, yeah, we assigned those. Oh, okay, yeah. So they are assigned. The only thing I have to do is, well, basically, I just do this and then call for assign possible assign enemy index as a possible index on a subwave. Now, now, let's go into the subwave. Let's do subwave. Subwave ended. It's not generate subwave. Generate. Yeah, generate subwave. Here it is. So to none, I'm gonna add 3 to fire. I'm gonna add 3 and let me just copy, paste, and it's gonna be 3 and 4. And this one is gonna be 3 and 5. Like that. And Sleepwalker is here, says, Yo, hello again, good to see you. What's up, Sleepwalker? I said the same to you, good to see you. So, how is it going, Sleepwalker? Yeah, let's see. I think that should be ready now. That should be ready, integrated into both the manager, the enemy's manager, the waves. So it's being pulled, like object pulled, and also being spawned. So in here, we should get 4 types of enemies. We should get the normal enemy, we should get the ice enemy, we should get the normal flying enemy, and the ice flying enemy. So why are they spawning there? Why are they spawning there? Oops. Yeah, I'm gonna try to actually beat them. Because otherwise I'll have to, and I'll probably have to do it anyway. But I have to balance how these guys spawn. Because they're getting, like, there's a lot of enemies already. Why are they so... Why do they have so much health? Maybe I didn't configure them, okay, correctly. Yeah, much rarer. They should be much rarer. I'm gonna tweak a little bit of how they work, because now they are very hard to beat. And Nick, you say, so you didn't increase the hitbox? Yeah, I did. And I can show you. If I go to the flying enemy, you can see the collider is like twice the size of the guy. This, like the enemy. I can make it even bigger. So it's way easier to hit. So I would have to go to, well, it should be here. Should be here. Yeah, so the radius is set to 0.8. That's like twice its size. Just if that's the radius, then it's like 16 or 1.6 of diameter from one end to the other. So let's do one. Let's just do one. Yeah, anything's bigger compared to that guy. We could also make this guy bigger too. But I don't know. I don't know. Should we make him bigger? Like maybe have less slots around the player, but make these guys bigger, just a little bit bigger. I don't know, 1.2 times the size or something. Okay, if I go here, they are set to 115. Yeah, let's say because now the size of that is 115. Let's do 1.3. Let's do 1.3. Yeah, let's save and let's see. Let's try again. And need you say when I told you about increasing the hitbox, I was thinking of making a second hitbox so that jumping isn't silly. And what about jumping? And make it only react to player projectiles. Oh, like you can collide with them. But we can fix that. I was thinking, like I did think about that. What we can do about that is on project settings, here on physics, we have the settings and the layer collision matrix. We're not going to collide, or at least the player is not going to collide with the flying enemy. The flying enemy is not going to collide with it. You know. So now, if I close this, let's save. Yeah, you're gonna hit your head. Yeah. So I just disabled. Yeah, no need to have a lot of shenanigans. Just disable their like basically they don't have collisions with the player. Let's see again. Okay, if I jump in here, like you're not going to collide with it. Why do they have so much health? I think I decreased the health they have. And they're still hard to beat. Yeah, but I think now it's just a little bit more manageable. Like you can still hit them. Maybe I'm just gonna make it a little bit crazy so it's really easy to hit them. So let's go to the base of these enemies. Let's make it. Let's see. The rigid body. No, it's not the rigid body. The collider. Instead of one radius, I'm gonna do 1.1. So it's very big compared to this guy, like more than twice its size. But I think it's gonna work okay. And maybe we could do this guy just a little bit bigger too. So it's just a bigger enemy overall. And need to say, I will be waiting for a spell that adds some knockback to enemies or movement for the player. Yeah, the problem with that is that it can go into other enemies basically, and that's a problem. That is annoying to do. And if you were to, let's say, launch an enemy flying, the navigation, the navigation will get messed up. I could figure it out a way. Like there's a function in the there is a function already in the in every single humanoid already that is handling external applied forces. So I could technically use that. The problem is dealing with navmatch agents. So it's gonna be in the future. I just all I can say. All I can say is gonna be in the future, because I don't want to deal with that right now. I want to deal with the fun stuff, the design stuff first, and then with the brain breaking stuff. Okay, I already went into doing flying enemies. I wanna just do fixes and have something playable for the community first before going into AI again, because we have been like what 5 days making AI. I count this as AI, by the way. Oh, okay, yeah. Let's save this. What I was doing before. What was I doing before? I think it was just that. And oh yeah, what I wanted to do is there's a couple of variables here that checks for airspot time minimum, and yeah, set target position time minimum is gonna be 0.2 and the maximum is gonna be 0.4. So a lot more than I had. So it looks a little bit less choreographed, like more freedom for them. What else? What else? Yeah, it was that, and also, mm, yeah, it's a variable not in here, but it's a variable on, well, yeah, the proximity threshold. So the proximity threshold, what's the proximity threshold? I should put a tooltip here. On movement, here it is. Look at player distance. I'm gonna make it 4. So 3.5 to 4. And one last thing, I'm gonna make the distance to fire, I'm gonna put it to 3.5. So it can be a little bit further away from the player to start firing. Let's save and let's try this. I think the effect that I want to achieve is having them like move a little bit less orchestrated, basically. And that basically. And so they can attack from further away also. Yeah, so it's like they have like different reaction times each time. So now let me just tweak that a little bit more. So it should be between, instead of between 0.2 and 0.4, I'm gonna have it be, it doesn't need to be larger and larger for it to look less choreographed. It needs to be a it needs to be a larger gap from the minimum and the maximum. So let's do 0.5. So the maximum time they're going to wait before updating their position is half a second. And the minimum is 0.1 second. Yeah, let's see again. And I think I could also do something like Arte said about basically the second ring. Whoever is on the second ring is not going to go straight to the exact position, but rather wander a little bit. You know? For the inner ring, it's okay that they are kind of like super like into the position, but for the others, not really necessary. They can wander a little bit more, and it will be it will look even better. Now let's just wait for some flying enemies to appear. And I could check if there are some flying enemies alive. Yeah, there are flying enemies alive. It's just, I think, the way they spawn. Yeah, they're here. They are here, for example. They have always been spawning from here. I don't know why. So let me do something. I think I'm going to need to say it would be much more chill if if they ever would just stop moving for a moment. Yeah, I think so too. There's always they're always going to be like hovering, but now they should wait a little bit more. Let me try again, and I think that's gonna be it for today. The only thing that I want to do left is I'm just going to write that they are not being spawned correctly for tomorrow, so I can fix it, or maybe fix it off stream. But I think I'm going to leave things here, because yeah, if I if I keep going, I don't know when will I end with this, and I'm pretty fried already. I think I shouldn't push it anymore. And Nick, you say you doing Christmas stream or not? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Just I think my brother's is working on Christmas, so if he works, I'll work too. I'll be here too. But I don't know. I don't know. I'll let you know at the end of this week. Yeah, last year I wanted to do it, and I didn't do it. So, but I'll let you know at the end of the week, Friday. Okay, let's see where those flying enemies are, because they are spawning, I would say. Where are they? Why are they on the ground? What's happening to them? Why were they in the ground? Oh yeah, I forgot that. I forgot that this week is Christmas. If I say Friday, that's I think it is Thursday, right? Or I don't know when you do the Christmas celebration or anything. Yeah, Christmas is tomorrow. Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave this here for now. Or I just want to check if I can. Yeah. Okay. Let's just pause this. I'm gonna write that last thing and let me. But first, let me answer you. So you say Christmas is tomorrow or the day after. Not sure which one is which, to be honest. 24 is the festive day in our country. In the US, it's the 2025. Yeah, Christmas is tomorrow. So say okay. So today is 23, right? Yeah, today's 23. That means tomorrow's 24. And yeah, so here in Chile is like tomorrow is like I don't know how you call it, but it's not Christmas. It's like there's a name for this. It's like it's called Víspera de Navidad. Let me search it. Let me search this. So Víspera Navidad in English. Yeah, Christmas Eve. You know, it's not like fully Christmas. So I'll be here tomorrow. That I know. I'm gonna be here tomorrow. No, I don't know about Christmas Day. If I am here, I could be just for a little bit less time. I don't know. Mm, I'll let you know tomorrow. I'll let you know tomorrow once I have a conversation with my family and whatever they're doing. Depending on that, I'll be streaming Christmas. But I'll be here tomorrow, Christmas Eve. And you say I always confuse the day and Eve. My dyslexia is killing me. Yeah, it happens to me too. It happens to me too. Yeah, I'll let you know on Friday. Okay, so that's it. I'm gonna write the thing off stream. So thank you for joining. Really appreciate it. I had a lot of fun today. We did a lot of stuff. So pretty cool. And yeah, that's it. See you tomorrow. So take care. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.